Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never thought I'd be sharing this. It sounds crazy, and I've spent years trying to rationalize what's happening to me, but I can't ignore it anymore. Something or someone has been following me for most of my life, and it's getting worse. I'm Vincent, 26 years old, and I still live with my parents in our townhouse in Willowbrook. It's a modest one-story place, nothing special, definitely not the kind of old Victorian mansion you'd expect to be haunted. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I've always been bisexual, though it took me years to admit it even to myself. Coming from a traditional Chinese-American family, I've never officially come out to my parents. It's just easier to introduce anyone I date as a friend and avoid the potential drama. My parents aren't necessarily homophobic, but they're from a different generation with different expectations. It's just simpler this way. The first incident happened about 4 years ago when I was dating Mia, my first serious girlfriend from college. We'd been together for almost a year, and she was spending the weekend at my place while my parents were visiting relatives in San Francisco. It was around 9 in the evening, and Mia was video chatting with her younger brother Sam on her laptop. I was sitting next to her on the couch, scrolling through my phone, only half listening to their conversation, when Sam suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "Who's that?" he asked, his voice strangely tense. Mia looked confused. "Who's who?" "The woman who just walked behind Vincent. She just went out the door." I felt this immediate chill run down my spine. We were alone in the house. I turned around, but of course, there was nobody there. Mia laughed nervously. "There's no one here except us, Sam." But Sam insisted. "I swear I saw someone, a middle-aged Asian woman walking behind Vincent. She looked right at the camera as she passed." The way he described her, medium height, straight black hair just past her shoulders, wearing a white blouse. It sounded exactly like my mother. But my mother was 300 miles away. Mia must have seen the color drain from my face because she quickly changed the subject. After the call, she asked me if I was okay. I brushed it off as her brother playing a prank, but deep down, I felt unsettled. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing small noises around the house, the tapping of fingernails on wood, soft footsteps in the hallway, the barely audible sound of someone breathing. I convinced myself it was just the house settling or my imagination running wild after Sam's comment. But then, 3 weeks later, something else happened. Mia and I were in the physics lab at university. It was late afternoon, and we were the only ones there. The lab had these large glass walls that reflected like mirrors when the sun hit them at a certain angle. Mia was standing behind me, playing with my hair as I worked on an assignment. Suddenly her hands froze. I felt her tense up. "What's wrong?" I asked, turning around. Her face had gone pale, and she was staring at the glass wall in front of us. "I thought I saw someone standing behind you in the reflection," she said. "A woman. She was just watching us." I looked at the reflection, but there was nothing unusual there. Mia described seeing the same woman, Asian, straight black hair, white clothing, standing directly behind me for just a split second before vanishing. That night, I had the first of what would become recurring dreams. In it, a woman dressed in white, with long, wavy hair, stood at the foot of my bed, just watching me. Her face was shadowed, but I could feel her staring at me with an intensity that made me wake up, gasping for air. Mia and I broke up a few months later. It wasn't because of these incidents, at least not directly, but I think they added a layer of tension to our relationship that neither of us knew how to address. About 6 months after Mia, I started dating Amber. She was different from Mia. More outgoing, less prone to imagination or superstition. At least, that's what I thought until the third incident. Amber was over for dinner one night. My parents were home but had gone to bed early. We were sitting at the kitchen table talking quietly over cups of tea when I noticed Amber's eyes fixate on something behind me. "Your mom's still up?" she whispered. I turned around confused. "No, they went to bed an hour ago." "Then who's that woman by the stove?" My blood ran cold. I swung around again, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at Amber, her face had drained of color. "I swear to God, Vincent, there was a woman standing right there," she insisted. "Wearing white with wavy hair. She was just watching us." Wavy hair? The woman in my dreams had wavy hair, not straight like my mother's. I tried to laugh it off, suggesting maybe it was a shadow or a reflection from outside. But Amber wasn't convinced, and neither was I, if I'm being honest. That night I had the dream again. But this time, the woman was closer to the bed, close enough that I could almost make out her features. I woke up drenched in sweat. The incidents started happening more frequently after that. Once, Amber was waiting for me in my room while I took a shower. When I came back, she was standing in the hallway, looking shaken. "The lock on your door was swinging like crazy," she said, pointing to the small hanging lock on my bedroom door. "It was moving so violently, I thought someone was trying to get in." There was no breeze, no open windows, nothing that could have caused it to move. On another occasion, Amber and I were at the coffee shop where she worked part-time. It was after closing, and I was keeping her company while she finished her closing duties. Her co-worker Jake was in the back room, cleaning up. Suddenly, Jake came rushing out, looking confused. "Amber, was that your friend who just left the storage room?" he asked. Amber frowned. "What friend?" "That young woman in white. She just walked out of the storage room and went out the back door." Amber and I looked at each other, both feeling that familiar chill. We checked the back door. It was still locked from the inside. The worst incident with Amber happened a month later. We were at my place, watching a movie in my room. My parents were home but in the living room. Amber had fallen asleep with her head on my shoulder. I was about to wake her up when I felt something grab my arm. Not Amber's hand, but something cold and firm on my other side. I jerked away, waking Amber up in the process. She looked at me, confused and groggy. Then her eyes widened as she looked at my arm. There were 5 distinct red marks on my forearm, like someone had grabbed me with force. They weren't there before. "Did I do that?" Amber asked, looking horrified. She hadn't. She'd been asleep and her hands were nowhere near my arm. Plus, the marks were on the opposite side from where she was sitting. That night, I had the dream again. The woman was right next to the bed now, and for the first time I could see her face clearly. She wasn't my mother. She was younger, maybe in her 20s, with features that seemed to shift slightly every time I tried to focus on them. But her expression was unmistakable. Jealousy, possessiveness, anger. She reached out and grabbed my arm, in the same place where the marks had appeared earlier, pulling me toward her with surprising strength. I woke up screaming, my arm burning like it had been plunged into ice water. Amber broke up with me a week later. She said she couldn't handle the weird energy in my house anymore. I couldn't blame her. After Amber, I took a break from dating for almost a year. The dreams continued, but the physical manifestations seemed to stop. I started to think that maybe it was all over, whatever it was. Then I met Daniel at a friend's party last summer. We hit it off immediately, and for the first time, I found myself seriously considering coming out to my parents. Daniel was patient, understanding about my situation, and didn't push me to do anything I wasn't ready for. For a while, everything was normal, no sightings, no strange incidents. I thought maybe the entity, as I'd started to think of her, only appeared when I dated women. But I was wrong. Daniel and I had been seeing each other for about 2 months when he came over to my place for the first time. My parents were at a wedding reception and wouldn't be back until late. We were sitting on the couch watching TV when Daniel suddenly went rigid. "Vincent," he whispered, "is that your mom at the door?" I turned to look at the hallway entrance. There was no one there, but the familiar chill had returned, settling deep in my bones. "You saw someone?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "A woman in white," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "She was just standing there watching us. Then she walked away when you turned around." Over the next few weeks, Daniel reported several more sightings. Once while we were studying in the library, he saw her standing between the bookshelves staring at us. Another time, while we were having coffee at a cafe, he noticed a woman matching her description watching us from across the street, only to vanish when a bus passed by. The most disturbing incident happened when Daniel stayed over one night. My parents thought he was just a friend crashing on the couch. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find Daniel sitting upright in bed, staring at the corner of the room. "She's right there," he whispered, not taking his eyes off the spot. "She's watching us. Can't you see her?" I couldn't, but I believed him. The room felt unnaturally cold, and there was a heaviness in the air that made it difficult to breathe. That night, I had the most vivid dream yet. The woman was no longer at a distance. She was on the bed, straddling me, her face inches from mine. Her eyes were entirely black and her fingers dug painfully into my shoulders. "Mine," she hissed, her voice like static electricity. "You're mine." I woke up gasping for air with deep bruises on both shoulders. Daniel and I broke up a week later. He said he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever we were together. He also admitted that he'd been having nightmares about a woman in white trying to strangle him. That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've been afraid to get close to anyone. The entity, whatever or whoever she is, seems determined to insert herself between me and anyone I care about romantically. She follows me everywhere now. Home, school, work. I've caught glimpses of her in reflections, just for a split second before she vanishes. Sometimes I'll be alone in a room and suddenly smell a faint scent of jasmine, followed by the unmistakable sensation of someone watching me. I'm not afraid of her anymore. I'm just tired and frustrated. Why me? What does she want? Is she a ghost? A manifestation of my own repressed feelings? Some kind of supernatural stalker? The dreams continue, becoming increasingly possessive. Last night she was lying next to me in bed, her cold arm draped over my chest, her face buried in my neck. When I tried to move away, her grip tightened painfully. "Stay," she whispered. "Stay with me forever." I woke up with scratch marks on my chest and a bruise on my neck that looks disturbingly like a kiss. I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried moving out, but she follows me. I've tried ignoring her, but she just becomes more aggressive. I've even tried talking to her, asking her what she wants, but she never answers, at least not while I'm awake. The only pattern I've been able to discern is that she appears most frequently when I form romantic connections with someone. It's like she's jealous, possessive, like she sees me as belonging to her and only her. Just yesterday, I was on a date with someone new. We were having coffee and everything was going well. Then they suddenly looked uncomfortable, asked if my friend was joining us, and pointed to an empty chair at our table. They claimed they had seen a woman in white sitting there, staring at me with what they described as pure hatred. I made some excuse and left quickly. On my way home, I caught a glimpse of her in the window of a passing bus, just for a second, but long enough to see that she was smiling. I don't know how much longer I can live like this. She's isolating me, cutting me off from any chance at a normal relationship. Sometimes I wonder if that's her goal, to have me all to herself. Tonight, as I write this, I can feel her in the room with me. The temperature has dropped, and there's that familiar scent of jasmine in the air. My bedroom door, which was closed, is now slightly ajar, though I haven't left my desk. I don't know who she is or what she wants, but she's made one thing clear. She has no intention of letting me go, and I have no idea how to escape her. Story 2. I've waited so long to write this because I needed time to process everything that happened. It's still hard to put into words, but I need to get this off my chest. I've been dealing with weird stuff in my house for 5 years now. I'm 15. But what happened that night was different. It was worse, and now I'm worried about what's happening to my sister. For years, I've been trying to convince my dad that there's something in our house. He always rolls his eyes or changes the subject. Ali, it's just the house settling, or Ali, you're just having bad dreams. Mum believes me at least. She's had her own experiences, but she doesn't like talking about them because it freaks her out too much. The activity would come and go in waves. We'd have a few weeks of crazy stuff, footsteps upstairs when nobody was there, doors slamming, shadows moving in the corners of rooms. Then a few weeks of nothing. I'd start to think maybe it was over, maybe whatever was in our house had finally moved on, but it always came back. About 2 months ago, everything stopped. Complete silence. I actually started sleeping through the night again. I stopped keeping my lights on. I stopped checking under my bed and in my closet before going to sleep. It was like this weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Then 5 nights ago, I had this dream. I've had nightmares before, but this felt different, more real. In the dream, I was standing at the top of our staircase. The lights in the hallway were flickering, like something was messing with the electricity. I looked down the stairs, and there was this boy, I guess. But not a normal boy. His skin was this awful grey-black color, like ash or charcoal. And he was wearing these torn-up clothes. The worst part was his eyes. They were glowing yellow, not like a soft glow, but bright like flashlights. He was slowly coming up the stairs toward me, one step at a time. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, as he got closer and closer. When he was about halfway up, something clicked in my brain. I remembered reading somewhere that saying, "In Jesus' name, leave this place," could banish evil spirits. I'm not even that religious, but I was desperate, so I said it. I don't know where I found the voice, but I said, "In Jesus' name, leave this place." And he stopped. He tilted his head like he was confused, and then he just disappeared. Not like he turned and ran away or anything. He literally vanished right in front of me. That's when I woke up. It was about 5 in the morning, and I had this horrible feeling that I was being watched. I kept my eyes shut tight for like 10 minutes, too scared to look around my room. When I finally did, there was nothing there, but the feeling didn't go away for hours. I didn't tell anyone about the dream right away. It was too freaky, and honestly, I thought maybe it was just a nightmare. But then my sister told me what happened to her that same night, and I got chills all over my body. My sister and Mom were sleeping in the living room that night. They sometimes have these little sleepovers downstairs when Dad's working late. My sister said she woke up in the middle of the night because she felt something grabbing at her ankles. She had the blanket pulled up over her head, but there was this tiny gap she could see through. What she saw makes me sick to my stomach even thinking about it. She said there was a little girl standing at the foot of the couch. She had long dark hair and was wearing a white dress. But her face, my sister said parts of it looked like it was rotting away, and she didn't have any eyes, just empty sockets. My sister squeezed her eyes shut, praying this thing would go away. When she opened them again, the girl was running back and forth between the living room and kitchen, like she was playing some twisted game of tag with herself. Then she just disappeared. My sister checked the time on her phone. 5 in the morning, exactly when I woke up from my nightmare. This wasn't the first time my sister had seen this girl either. A few weeks back, she was sleeping on the couch with her feet on the ottoman, and the ottoman started shaking violently. Nobody else was in the room. Another time, She woke up and couldn't move, classic sleep paralysis, and saw the same eyeless girl standing in the corner, just staring at her with those empty sockets. She's also had dreams about the living room. In one dream, there was an angel blocking her from entering the living room at night. The angel told her not to go in there, and when my sister looked past the angel, she could see this bright red light coming from the room. Not like a nice, warm red. This was an angry, violent red. After comparing notes, we realized something even more terrifying. It seems like whatever's in our house has shifted its focus from me to my sister. For 5 years, I was the main target. I'd hear my name being whispered when I was alone, feel cold spots following me around the house, see shadows darting around in my peripheral vision. But now my sister's experiencing worse things than I ever did. I think it's because I've gotten better at ignoring it, at fighting back. I've learned tricks like the Jesus thing from my dream. I've learned that showing fear makes it stronger. My sister hasn't had 5 years to build up those defenses. She's an easier target. 2 nights ago was the worst. My parents were out at dinner with friends, and I was home alone. I was in my room, watching videos on my phone with my headphones in, trying to distract myself from being alone in the house. Around 9:30, I took my headphones off to go get a snack, and that's when I heard it. A little girl's scream coming from my parents' bedroom. It wasn't like a playful scream or even an angry one. This was pure terror, like someone was being hurt. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then the scream cut off abruptly, and music started playing. Not from my phone or any of our speakers. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was this old-timey, tinkling music, like from a music box or an ice cream truck, but distorted and wrong somehow. I ran to the bathroom, locked the door, and sat on the edge of the tub with my knees pulled up to my chest. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. The music kept playing for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it stopped, and the silence was almost worse. I stayed in that bathroom until my parents got home. They found me there, huddled and crying, but I couldn't even explain what had happened. How do you tell your parents that your house is haunted when one of them doesn't even believe in ghosts? My dad checked the whole house and found nothing, of course. He thinks I'm making it up for attention, or that I fell asleep and had a nightmare. My mom looked worried but didn't say much. I think she believes me, but doesn't know what to do about it. Last night, I barely slept. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, convinced something was in my room. My sister said she kept feeling something sitting on the end of her bed. We're both exhausted and scared, walking around on eggshells in our own home. The thing that scares me the most is that these entities seem to be getting braver, more physical. The girl grabbing my sister's ankles, the ottoman shaking, the scream and music when I was alone. These aren't just shadows in the corner of your eye anymore. It's like they're gaining strength or getting more desperate. I've tried researching what to do. Salt lines, sage burning, prayers. We've tried it all, but nothing seems to work for long. My mom talked about getting someone to bless the house, but my dad shut that down immediately. He thinks we'll look crazy to the neighbors. I don't know what to do. I don't feel safe in my own home, especially at night. My sister's even worse off. She's sleeping with every light in her room on and still wakes up terrified multiple times a night. The worst part is, I don't think we can escape this by moving. Whatever this is, I have this terrible feeling it's attached to us, not the house. Like if we left, it would follow. I'm writing this in the middle of the afternoon with all the windows open and sunlight streaming in, and I still keep looking over my shoulder, expecting to see yellow eyes or an eyeless girl watching me. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please tell me what you did. How did you make it stop? I'm scared for my sister. I'm scared for myself. I don't know how much more of this we can take. The most recent thing happened just last night. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep despite being terrified when my bedroom door creaked open. I'd closed it before getting into bed. I always do, but there it was. slowly swinging open. I held my breath, waiting to see what would come through. Nothing did. The door just stood open, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Then I heard it, a child's laugh, not from the hallway but from right beside my bed. I felt something touch my hair, gently, like someone was stroking it. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I just lay there, tears streaming down my face as whatever it was continued touching my hair. After what felt like forever, it stopped. The weight of something sitting on my bed lifted, and my door slowly closed again. I didn't sleep at all after that. How could I? I sat up with my back against the headboard until morning, jumping at every little sound. I don't know what these things want from us. I don't know why they've chosen our family. All I know is that I'm 15 years old, and I've spent a third of my life being terrorized in my own home. And now it's happening to my sister too. If there's anyone out there who can help us, please do, because I don't think we can take much more of this, and I'm afraid of what might happen if these things keep getting more powerful, more physical. What if next time it's not just touching my hair or grabbing my sister's ankles? What if it's something worse? I'm sorry if this is scattered or doesn't make sense. I'm running on almost no sleep and constant fear. I just needed to tell someone who might believe me. Story 3. I've been putting off writing this for months. Even now my hands are shaking as I type. I guess I need to tell someone what happened to us, even if most people will think I'm crazy or making it up. I'm not. I wish I was. We moved to Haverbrook about 2 years ago. My wife Sarah and I had always dreamed of raising our daughters somewhere peaceful, away from the noise and crime of the city. When we found this farmhouse for sale, 4 bedrooms, 10 acres of land, a gorgeous view of rolling hills, it seemed perfect. The price was surprisingly reasonable, probably because it needed some work and was pretty isolated. But that's what we wanted. Space for the girls to run around, fresh air, stars at night. The first few months were everything we'd hoped for. I set up my home office in the sunroom, Sarah planted a garden, and the girls, Emma, 8, and Lily, 6, were thriving. They'd spend hours exploring the property, collecting rocks, and building forts in the woods at the edge of our land. We'd sit on the porch in the evenings, listening to crickets and watching fireflies. It felt like we'd found our forever home. I installed a security system about 3 months after moving in. Not because I felt unsafe, but more out of habit from city living. Just basic stuff. Cameras at the front door, driveway and back porch, with motion detectors that would send alerts to my phone. I rarely checked it, except when we were expecting deliveries. That changed on a Tuesday night in April. I'd worked late and was about to head up to bed when my phone buzzed with a motion alert from the driveway camera. It was exactly midnight. I remember checking the time and thinking it was strange. We never got alerts that late. I opened the app, expecting to see a deer or maybe a neighbor's dog that had wandered onto our property. What I saw instead made my blood run cold. There was a figure at the far end of our driveway, just barely visible in the infrared light. It was standing motionless, partially obscured by shadows. I couldn't make out any features, just a tall, thin silhouette. As I watched, it started moving toward the house. The movement wasn't right. It was jerky, unnatural, like someone mimicking walking without understanding how it should look. I kept expecting the motion lights to click on as it got closer, but they never did. The figure moved about halfway up our driveway, then suddenly vanished. 1 second it was there, the next, gone. I replayed the footage 3 times, thinking there must be a glitch, but it showed the same thing each time. What really freaked me out was our driveway setup. We had a long gravel drive, probably a quarter mile, with a gate at the entrance that we always locked at night. The camera hadn't shown the gate opening. Whatever I'd seen had either jumped an 8-foot gate or appeared inside our property somehow. I didn't wake Sarah. She had an important meeting the next day, and I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was a weird camera glitch, or an animal that the infrared distorted. I spent an hour checking all our doors and windows before finally going to bed, though I barely slept. The next morning, I casually mentioned to Sarah that I'd gotten a strange alert and asked if she'd heard anything. She hadn't. I showed her the footage and she frowned. "It's probably just a bug crawling across the lens," she said. "Look how it disappears. The camera just lost track of it." I wanted to believe her, but something felt off. I texted the video to my friend Mark, who works in IT. He came back with a similar explanation, maybe a spider web reflecting the infrared light or a moth wing close to the camera. "The perspective makes it look human-sized," he texted, "but it's probably tiny and just really close to the lens." That made sense. I felt better. Until the afternoon. I was outside with the girls, helping them plant some flowers near the driveway, right around the area where the figure had appeared. Emma was digging a small hole when her shovel hit something hard. "Dad, I found a rock," she called out. I went over to help her move it, thinking it was just a stone we'd need to clear, but when we brushed away the dirt, my stomach dropped. It wasn't just a rock. It was flat, rectangular, about the size of a small book, with oddly straight edges. As we dug around it, we found more, 7 in total, arranged in a rough circle, all buried about 6 inches deep. They looked disturbingly like miniature tombstones. "Cool," Emma said. "Can we use these for our fairy garden?" I forced a smile and told her we'd think about it. But something about those stones made me deeply uneasy. They weren't natural. Someone had shaped them and arranged them that way, and they were buried right where that figure had appeared. That night, after the girls were in bed, I went back out with a flashlight and dug deeper around the stones. I didn't find anything else, but the whole time I felt like I was being watched. The back of my neck kept tingling, and I'd spin around, expecting to see someone standing there. There was never anyone, but the feeling was so strong I finally gave up and went inside. Sarah thought I was overreacting when I told her about the stones. "This place is over 100 years old, Tom," she said reasonably. "People have probably buried all sorts of things on this property. They're just rocks." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I started checking the security footage obsessively, rewinding and reviewing each night's recordings. For 3 nights, nothing happened. Then on Saturday, the driveway camera picked up motion at midnight again. Exactly midnight. This time, the figure appeared closer to the house. It stood completely still for nearly 2 minutes, then turned its head, just its head, not its body, toward the camera. I still couldn't make out a face, but I swear it knew it was being recorded. Then it raised one arm, much longer than it should have been, and pointed at our house. The footage cut out for 3 seconds, and when it came back on, the figure was gone. I woke Sarah immediately. This time, she couldn't dismiss it so easily. We sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, reviewing the footage again and again. "We should call someone," she finally said. "The police, maybe." But what would we tell them? That we had grainy footage of what might be a person trespassing, that we'd found some odd rocks buried in our yard. They'd think we were wasting their time. Instead, I reinforced our security. I installed more cameras, added stronger motion lights, and made sure every window and door was securely locked each night. I started keeping a baseball bat beside our bed. For the next few days, things were quiet, but other strange things started happening. Items would move around the house, nothing dramatic, just subtle changes. I'd leave my keys on the counter and find them on the bookshelf. Sarah's reading glasses would disappear from her nightstand and turn up in the kitchen drawer. We'd blame each other or assume we were just being forgetful. Then, one morning, Emma asked who had been in her room during the night. "Nobody, honey," Sarah said. "Why do you ask?" "Someone was standing by my bed," Emma said matter-of-factly, while eating her cereal. "They were tall, and they were watching me sleep." Sarah and I exchanged looks. "Maybe you had a bad dream," I suggested. Emma shook her head firmly. "No, I woke up and they were there. They didn't say anything. Then I went back to sleep. Later that day, I called a local paranormal investigator I found online. I felt ridiculous making the call, but I was running out of options. The woman, Dana, listened patiently as I described everything that had happened. "Your property might have historical significance," she said. "Old farmland like that, especially in Haverbrook, has a lot of history. There were settlements there long before official records. Some of those areas have unmarked burial grounds." She asked if she could visit, and I agreed, though I didn't tell Sarah. I wasn't sure how she'd feel about inviting a self-described medium to our home. Dana arrived the following afternoon while Sarah was out shopping with the girls. She was in her 60s, completely normal looking, which somehow made me trust her more. She didn't bring any strange equipment or talk about ghosts. She just walked the property, pausing occasionally to make notes. When she reached the area with the buried stones, she stopped for a long time. I hadn't told her about finding them. "You've got a problem here, Mr. Mitchell," she said quietly. "This land remembers something terrible." "What does that mean?" I asked. "I'm not entirely sure," she admitted. "But those stones aren't random. They're markers. And whatever they're marking doesn't want to be forgotten." She looked at me seriously. "Have you noticed cold spots in your house? Areas that feel different?" I nodded slowly. There was a corner in our living room that always felt colder, no matter how high we turned up the heat. And the hallway outside the girls' bedrooms sometimes got so cold at night that you could see your breath. "It's trying to get your attention," Dana said. "It started outside, but it's finding ways in." "What should we do?" I asked, trying to keep the desperation from my voice. She recommended having the land surveyed for historical significance and suggested some cleansing rituals that might help in the meantime. I thanked her, paid her consultation fee, and tried not to show how terrified I was becoming. That night, things escalated. At exactly midnight, every security camera around our property triggered simultaneously. All the footage showed the same thing. Nothing. Just empty yard, empty driveway, empty porch. But all the motion sensors had been activated. Then the power went out. I grabbed my phone and the baseball bat and went to check the circuit breaker in the basement. Sarah stayed upstairs with the girls, who had woken up from the sudden darkness. As I reached the bottom of the basement stairs, my phone's flashlight illuminated something on the far wall. Markings. Dozens of them, scratched into the concrete. They looked like the same shapes as the stones we'd found in the yard, but arranged in patterns I couldn't understand. They hadn't been there the day before. I'd been in the basement to get some tools, and the walls had been completely normal. As I stared at them, my phone died. Even though it had been at 90% battery moments before, the darkness was absolute. And then I heard it, a soft, scraping sound, like fingernails on concrete, coming from the corner of the basement. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the door behind me. Sarah was in the hallway with a candle. "The girls say there's someone in their room," she whispered, her face pale in the candlelight. I rushed to their bedroom. Both Emma and Lily were sitting up in bed, looking at the closet. "They're hiding in there," Lily said, pointing. "They've been coming out and looking at us." I threw open the closet door, bat raised. It was empty, but when I turned back to the girls, they were both staring at the corner behind me. "It's there now," Emma whispered. I spun around but saw nothing. Yet both girls were tracking something with their eyes, something moving across their room that only they could see. "We're leaving," I said firmly, gathering the girls into my arms. "Sarah, get the car keys." We drove to a hotel 20 miles away and checked in at 2 in the morning. Once the girls were asleep in the hotel bed, Sarah and I talked in hushed voices by the bathroom. "We can't go back there," she said, and I was relieved she finally understood the severity of what was happening. "We'll find a new place," I promised. "We'll call a real estate agent tomorrow." But we had to go back once more to collect some of our things. I insisted on going alone, but Sarah wouldn't hear of it. We left the girls with her mother and drove back to the house in tense silence the next morning. Everything looked normal in the daylight. The power was back on. All doors and windows were still locked as we'd left them. Even the basement wall was blank, no markings at all. I began to wonder if stress had caused me to hallucinate. We quickly packed suitcases with clothes and grabbed important documents. As we were about to leave, I decided to check the security footage from after we'd left, just to see if anything else had happened. The cameras had continued recording on their backup batteries. I scrolled to around 3 a.m., about an hour after we'd fled to the hotel. The driveway camera showed our empty property for several minutes, then static for a few seconds. When the image returned, there were figures, not just one, but 7 of them, standing in a circle exactly where we'd found the stones buried. They stood completely motionless for several minutes. Then, as one, they all turned to face the camera. They had no faces, just dark, empty voids where features should be. They raised their arms in unison, pointing at the house. The footage went to static again. The next clip was from our front door camera. It showed the inside of our house, our empty living room. But the camera was inside, pointing out. Something had turned it around. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the frame, was a shadow that didn't match any furniture. A tall, thin shadow that seemed to pulse and grow as the clip progressed. I slammed the laptop shut. Sarah was staring at me, her face drained of color. "We need to go," I said. "Now!" As we hurried toward the door, a framed family photo fell from the wall, the glass shattering on the floor. Then another and another. All along the hallway, our family pictures were crashing down, forming a path to the front door. We ran to the car and drove away without looking back. We never returned to the house. We hired movers to pack everything up weeks later, after staying with Sarah's mum until we found a new place in a different town. We never told the real estate agent why we were selling. I don't know who lives there now. I've thought about trying to warn them, but what would I say? Sometimes I drive by the old place just to see if it looks different, if there's any visible sign of what we experienced. It always looks peaceful. But I keep the security footage from that night, and sometimes when I can't sleep, I watch it again. I keep thinking I'll see something I missed, some logical explanation for what happened. There never is. The only thing I know for certain is that whatever was in that house, whatever gathered in our yard at midnight, it wasn't human. And it's still there, waiting for the next family to move in, arranging its stones in circles and watching from the shadows. Story 4. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. I'm pretty practical. I fix things for a living, work with my hands, and generally trust what I can see and touch. But something happened in our house in Millfield, Washington, back in 2008 that I still can't explain, no matter how hard I try. It was early October. My best friend Joe had just killed himself 2 days before. The phone call from his wife Karen still feels like a fresh wound. I was making coffee when the phone rang. My wife was at work, and the kids were getting ready for school. I remember the coffee maker gurgling when I picked up. Karen was hysterical on the other end. I couldn't make out what she was saying at first, but then those terrible words cut through. "Joe's gone. He killed himself last night." The mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the kitchen floor. My 5-year-old son Matthew came running in, his Batman pajamas still on, eyes wide with concern. I shooed him away, probably too harshly. I couldn't process what Karen was saying. Joe and I had been friends since 3rd grade. We'd done everything together growing up. He was the best man at my wedding. When my company transferred me from Washington to Utah 3 years earlier, leaving Joe was the hardest part. Karen was sobbing uncontrollably on the phone. "Rick, I can't stop thinking about our fight. The last thing I said to him was that I was done, that I couldn't do this anymore. He looked so broken and I just walked out. I should have known. I should have stayed." I tried my best to comfort her, though I was barely keeping it together myself. "Karen, listen to me. Joe loved you more than anything. He talked about you constantly in our calls. Every couple fights. This isn't your fault. She kept repeating that she couldn't live with the guilt, that she'd never forgive herself for walking out that night. I remember telling her if Joe could talk to you right now, he'd tell you it wasn't your fault. He'd tell you he loves you and that you shouldn't blame yourself. I believed that with every fiber of my being. That's who Joe was. He never held grudges. After talking to Karen for almost an hour, I called work and told them I needed a few days off. There was no way I could focus. I dropped my older kids at school but kept Matthew home with me. He was in kindergarten and missing a day wouldn't hurt. I needed someone around, even if it was just my dinosaur-obsessed 5-year-old. The day dragged on painfully. I moved through the house like a ghost myself, picking up things and putting them down without purpose. I kept checking my phone for messages from Karen or updates about funeral arrangements. Matthew played quietly with his toys, occasionally looking up at me with concern beyond his years. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion hit me hard. I hadn't slept since hearing the news. Matthew had been watching cartoons, but when I checked on him around 3 o'clock, I found him curled up on the couch, fast asleep. I covered him with his favorite blanket and decided to lie down myself. I couldn't sleep, though. Images of Joe kept flashing through my mind. Fishing trips, camping, his speech at my wedding, the last time I saw him before we moved to Utah. He'd hugged me tight and said, "It's not goodbye, Ricky. Just see you later." After tossing and turning for half an hour, I got up to check on the other kids who would be home from school soon. As I walked past the living room, I glanced in at Matthew. He was still there, sleeping soundly. I went to the kitchen to start dinner, figuring the routine would help keep my mind occupied. About 20 minutes later, I passed by the living room again on my way to grab laundry from the dryer. That's when I heard it. Soft weeping coming from the couch. Not the high-pitched cry of a child, but something deeper, more restrained. The hair on my arm stood up immediately. "Matthew? Buddy, you okay?" I approached slowly. When I got to the couch, Matthew was sitting up, tears streaming down his face. But something was wrong. The way he was crying wasn't like my son at all. Matthew was a loud crier, all dramatic sobs and hiccups when he was upset. This was different, controlled, almost dignified, like an adult trying to hold it together. "What's wrong, buddy?" I asked, kneeling beside him. He looked up at me, and I swear my blood froze in my veins. His eyes, they weren't my 5-year-old's eyes. They held a depth and awareness that made my stomach clench. "Rick," he said, his voice oddly measured and mature, "it's not her fault. I love her. It's not her fault." I couldn't breathe. Nobody called me Rick except Joe. Everyone else used Richard or Rich. Joe had called me Rick since we were kids. Matthew had never heard that nickname, not once in his life. The way he looked at me in that moment, it was like he recognized me, but not as his dad. There was an intimacy there that felt impossible between a man and his kindergartner. "Matthew," I whispered, unable to say anything else. He held my gaze for another second, tears still falling, and then he simply laid back down, rolled over and fell asleep as if nothing had happened. I sat there on the floor next to the couch, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. What the hell had just happened? I reached out a shaking hand and touched Matthew's forehead. He felt normal, no fever, no sign of illness, just my little boy sleeping peacefully. For several minutes, I couldn't move. I kept replaying those words. "Rick, it's not her fault. I love her. It's not her fault." The exact message I told Karen that Joe would want to say. Words my 5-year-old son could not possibly have known. Eventually, I heard my older kids coming in the front door, laughing about something that had happened at school. I pulled myself together enough to greet them, but I felt like I was moving underwater. Everything seemed distant and muffled. When Matthew woke up about an hour later, he was completely normal, asking for a snack, talking about dinosaurs, complaining that his sister had taken his favorite spot at the dinner table. I watched him carefully, looking for any sign that he remembered what had happened or that something was different. There was nothing. After dinner, while the other kids were doing homework, I took Matthew aside. "Hey, buddy, do you remember taking a nap today?" I asked as casually as I could. "Yeah, I was watching SpongeBob and then I got sleepy," he said, bouncing slightly as he talked, pure 5-year-old energy. "Do you remember waking up at all during your nap? Maybe talking to me?" His forehead wrinkled in confusion. "No, Daddy, I was asleep the whole time." Then he immediately switched topics to tell me about a toy dinosaur he wanted for his birthday. That night, after all the kids were in bed, I called Karen. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. "Karen," I said when she answered, "I need to tell you something and it's going to sound crazy." I told her everything, about Matthew's nap, his strange crying, the way he'd looked at me, what he'd said. I could hear her breath catch on the other end of the line. "Those were the exact words you said to me this morning," she whispered, "that Joe would say it wasn't my fault, that he loved me." "I know," I replied, "and he called me Rick. No one has ever called me that in front of Matthew. Only Joe called me Rick." The line was silent for so long I thought we'd been disconnected. Then I heard Karen take a deep, shuddering breath. "Richard," she said finally, "I didn't even know Joe called you Rick. He always just said my buddy when he talked about you to me." A chill ran down my spine. If Karen didn't know about the nickname, there was no way Matthew could have heard it from her. And my wife and I had never discussed it. It was just Joe's thing for me, not something that ever came up. "What do you think it means?" Karen asked, her voice small. "I don't know," I admitted. "I really don't. But maybe it means exactly what it sounds like. Maybe Joe found a way to tell you what you needed to hear." The next few days were a blur of funeral preparations and trying to maintain normalcy for the kids. Matthew showed no signs of anything unusual. He was just my dinosaur-loving, energetic 5-year-old. I found myself watching him constantly, waiting for another episode, but it never came. At the funeral, Karen hugged me tightly and whispered, "I believe it was him. I don't know how, but I believe Joe spoke through Matthew. It's the only thing that's given me any peace." I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. I wanted to believe it too, but the rational part of my brain kept searching for explanations. Could Matthew have overheard me on the phone? But that wouldn't explain him calling me Rick. Could it be some bizarre coincidence? The odds seemed astronomical. As the weeks passed, the incident remained vivid in my mind, but life gradually returned to something resembling normal. Karen and I stayed in touch. She seemed to heal faster than I expected, finding comfort in what had happened with Matthew. I envied her certainty. It wasn't until nearly a year later that something else occurred that shook me to my core. We were visiting my parents back in Washington, and they had pulled out old photo albums. Matthew was looking through them, pointing and asking questions about the people in the pictures. He stopped at a photo of Joe and me at my wedding. We had our arms around each other's shoulders, both grinning widely at the camera. "Who's that?" Matthew asked, pointing at Joe. "That was Daddy's best friend," my wife answered before I could. "His name was Joe." Matthew stared at the photo for a long moment, then looked up at me with those innocent 5-year-old eyes. "He was sad," he said simply, "but he's not sad anymore." My heart nearly stopped. "What do you mean, buddy?" Matthew shrugged, already losing interest in the conversation. "I don't know. He was just sad and now he's not." Then he flipped the page and started asking about a picture of my parents' dog. Later that night, after everyone else was asleep, I sat alone in the kitchen, that photo album open in front of me. I stared at Joe's face, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. I've never been religious or spiritual. I don't know what I believe about life after death, but I do know what I experienced that day in my living room wasn't normal. It wasn't my imaginative 5-year-old making things up. Something happened that I can't explain. Years have passed now. Matthew is a teenager and has no memory of that day. When I cautiously asked him about it when he was older, he just looked confused and a little worried about his old man. I've never pushed it. Karen eventually remarried and seems happy. We still talk occasionally and sometimes reference that day, that moment, though more rarely as time goes on. As for me, I still don't know what to believe. All I know is that for a brief moment on that October afternoon, something impossible happened in my living room. My 5-year-old son called me by a nickname he'd never heard, spoke words he couldn't have known about, and somehow gave a grieving widow the peace she desperately needed. I don't tell this story often. Most people would think I'm crazy or that grief made me imagine things. Maybe they're right. But sometimes, when I look at old pictures of Joe, I remember Matthew's words. He was sad, but he's not sad anymore. And despite everything my rational mind tells me, I find comfort in that. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts. I used to roll my eyes at those ghost hunter shows and laugh at people who claim to have seen apparitions. But that was before my son Christopher started seeing Johnny. It started about 3 months ago. Just an ordinary Tuesday night in our home in Pinewood. Nothing special about the day. I'd picked Christopher up from daycare, made dinner, fish sticks and peas, his favorite, given him his bath, and we were going through our normal bedtime routine. My husband, Mark, was away on a business trip, which wasn't unusual. He travels a lot for work. Christopher's always been a chatterbox. From the moment he could form words, it's been non-stop talking. My mum jokes that he may be shut up once his entire life, and that was probably when he was sleeping, though even then he sometimes talks in his sleep. The kid just loves to communicate. That night, I just finished reading Good Night, Moon for what felt like the 1,000th time. Christopher was sitting up in his dinosaur-themed bedsheets, telling me about how his friend Jake had brought a frog to daycare and how Miss Emily had freaked out. His words, not mine. I was half listening, nodding along while mentally going through my to-do list for the next day. And then the frog jumped on Lily's head and she screamed so loud that... And then he just stopped, mid-sentence. The silence was so sudden it took me a moment to notice. I looked down at him, expecting to see him yawning or rubbing his eyes, but what I saw made my heart skip a beat. Christopher had gone completely still. His little face, usually so animated and expressive, had gone blank. He lowered his head onto his pillow, face down for a moment, before slowly rolling up to look at me. The expression on his face, I can't even describe it properly. It wasn't fear exactly, more like caution, like he was suddenly aware of something in the room that required his careful attention. Then, without moving the rest of his body, he raised one small finger and pointed toward the corner of his bedroom, toward the old wooden rocking chair that had been in our family for generations. My grandmother had rocked my mother in it, my mother had rocked me, and now I used it sometimes when Christopher needed soothing. I followed his finger with my eyes, but saw nothing unusual, just the chair, sitting motionless in the dim glow of his dinosaur nightlight. "Christopher," I said, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. "What is it, buddy?" He didn't look at me. His eyes remained fixed on that corner, on that chair. When he spoke, his voice was small, barely above a whisper. "Mummy, before you leave, can you take the rocking chair out of the room so the man will leave me alone?" I felt the color drain from my face. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sensation slid down my spine like ice water. What man, Christopher?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Johnny," he said simply. as if it should be obvious. He sits there. He was still pointing at the empty rocking chair. Johnny? I looked again at the chair, seeing nothing. Is Johnny a friend? Christopher shook his head slowly, his eyes never leaving the corner. No, he's a bad man. He's very mean. I swallowed hard. What does Johnny do that's mean? He just sits there and stares at me, Christopher replied in that same small voice. He can't talk because he doesn't have a mouth, just eyes, big eyes. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. Every instinct was screaming at me to grab my son and run from the room, but I forced myself to stay calm. Children have vivid imaginations, I told myself. This is just a phase. Maybe he saw something scary on TV at daycare. Okay, I said, standing up on legs that felt like jelly. I'll take the chair out. I approached the rocking chair cautiously, half expecting, I don't know what, but there was nothing there, just the old wooden chair, worn smooth from decades of use. I picked it up, it was heavier than it looked, and carried it out of the room, setting it down in the hallway. When I returned, Christopher was still watching the corner where the chair had been, but his posture had relaxed slightly. Is Johnny gone now? I asked. He nodded, but didn't look entirely convinced. I think so for now. I tucked him in again, my hands trembling slightly. Try to get some sleep, okay? And remember, Mummy and Daddy are just down the hall if you need us. He nodded again, his eyelids already drooping. Good night, Mummy. I love you. I love you too, sweetheart. I left his door cracked open and the hall light on, as usual. Then I went straight to my laptop and typed 3-year-old seeing imaginary people into Google. The results were reassuring. It's completely normal for children that age to have imaginary friends, even scary ones. Nothing to worry about, except that Christopher had never mentioned imaginary friends before, and the look on his face when he pointed to that chair. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, Christopher seemed perfectly normal, chatty, energetic, excited about his cereal having marshmallows in it. When I cautiously asked if Johnny had come back, he looked confused for a moment, then shook his head. He only comes at bedtime, he said, as if this was perfectly logical. I decided not to push it. The rocking chair stayed in the hallway. That evening, Mark came home from his trip. After Christopher was in bed, I told him about what had happened. He laughed it off. Kids and their imaginations, he said. Remember when my sister was convinced there was a purple elephant living in their garage? Kids make stuff up all the time. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But that night I heard Christopher talking in his room around 2 in the morning. Not unusual. Like I said, he sometimes talks in his sleep, but something made me get up and check on him. He was sitting up in bed, wide awake, staring at the corner where the rocking chair used to be. Christopher? I whispered, pushing the door open wider. Who are you talking to? He turned to me, his face ghostly in the green glow of his nightlight. Johnny came back, Mummy. I felt that same icy sensation down my spine. But the chair is gone. Christopher nodded solemnly. He stands now. He doesn't like that you took his chair. I don't remember crossing the room, but suddenly I was holding Christopher tightly in my arms, both of us trembling. I took him to our bedroom and tucked him in between Mark and me. Mark grumbled a bit but didn't wake fully. Christopher fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling. The next day, while Christopher was at daycare, I deep-cleaned his room. I rearranged the furniture, putting his bookcase where the rocking chair had been. I sage-smudged the entire house, something I'd seen on TV and had always thought was silly, but I was desperate. I even called a local priest to ask about having the house blessed, though we weren't religious. Nothing helped. Every night for the next 2 weeks, Christopher would report that Johnny was back, sometimes sitting in mid-air where the chair had been, sometimes standing, sometimes just walking around the room, looking at my toys. Always silent, always watching him with those big eyes. I started sleeping in Christopher's room, on a makeshift bed of cushions on the floor. The first night I did this, I asked Christopher if Johnny was there. "Yes," he whispered, "he's standing right behind you." I've never felt fear like that. Pure, primal terror that froze me in place. I couldn't turn around, I couldn't move, I could barely breathe. Is he doing anything?" I managed to ask. "No, just looking. He looks sad tonight, not mean." I don't know how I made it through that night. I kept my back to the wall and didn't sleep a wink. By morning, I was a wreck. Mark was getting worried. About me, not about the Johnny situation, which he still thought was just Christopher's overactive imagination. He suggested taking Christopher to a child psychologist, which we did. The psychologist said it was normal developmental behavior and would likely pass on its own, but it didn't pass. If anything, it got worse. Christopher started refusing to go into his bedroom alone, even during the day. He would stand in the doorway, peering in nervously. "Johnny doesn't like me anymore," he told me one afternoon. "He says I told on him and now he's angry." That was it. I packed up some clothes for Christopher and me, called my sister in the next town, and drove there immediately. Mark thought I was overreacting, but he didn't stop me. We stayed with my sister for a week. Christopher didn't mention Johnny once during that time. He slept soundly, played normally, was his usual chatty self. On the drive back home, I felt foolish. Had I really been frightened out of my own house by a 3-year-old's imagination? I decided to take a more practical approach. We would move Christopher into our spare room, which had been used as a home office. It had a daybed that would work fine for him. His old room could become the office. The first night back, Christopher slept in the spare room without incident. No mention of Johnny. I felt relieved, almost giddy. Problem solved. The second night wasn't so peaceful. I woke to Christopher standing by our bed around 3 in the morning, tears streaming down his face. "Johnny found me," he sobbed. "He followed us home." I carried him back to the spare room, heart pounding. "Where is he, honey?" I whispered. Christopher pointed to the closet. "In there. He's really mad now." Mark had followed us and was standing in the doorway, looking concerned for the first time. "Chris, buddy, there's nothing in the closet. Want me to show you?" Before I could stop him, he strode across the room and flung open the closet door. Empty, of course, except for some spare linens and off-season clothes. "See?" Mark said, gesturing. "No Johnny, no one here but us." Christopher shook his head vigorously. "He moved. He's under the bed now." Mark sighed, but got down on his hands and knees to check. "Nothing under here either, sport. Just some dust bunnies." But Christopher was inconsolable. He ended up in our bed again, sandwiched between us, whimpering in his sleep. The next day, while Mark took Christopher to the park to give me a break, I did something I'd been avoiding. I researched the history of our house. Pinewood isn't a very old town, only established in the 1950s. Our house was built in 1962, one of the first in the neighborhood. According to public records, there had been 4 previous owners. I couldn't find anything unusual about any of them. But then I stumbled across an old newspaper article from 1978. A man named Jonathan Mercer had died in our house. Not murdered or anything dramatic. He'd had ALS and had died after a long illness. The article mentioned he'd been cared for by his sister until the end, when he could no longer speak or move. Jonathan, Johnny. The coincidence made me shiver. I kept digging and found a few more articles about him. Apparently, he'd been something of a local hero before his illness. A high school science teacher who had once saved a student from choking. There was a photo with one of the articles. Jonathan Mercer had been tall and thin, with large, expressive eyes. I was still staring at the photo when Mark and Christopher came home. Christopher took one look at my laptop screen and let out a piercing scream. "That's Johnny! That's him!" He ran from the room, still screaming. Mark looked from me to the retreating form of our son, his face pale. "What the hell, Sarah?" I showed him the article. The man who died here was named Jonathan. Johnny is short for Jonathan. That's just a coincidence, Mark said, but he didn't sound convinced anymore. Christopher recognized his picture, I said. How would he know what this man looked like unless he'd seen him? We spent that night in a hotel. The next day, Mark called in sick to work, and we visited a local psychic medium that one of his co-workers had recommended. I'd never been to a psychic before and felt ridiculous walking into the small, lavender-scented shop. The medium, a middle-aged woman named Eleanor, listened to our story without interrupting. When we finished, she nodded slowly. "The spirit is trapped," she said simply. "He died in pain, unable to communicate. Sometimes when death is difficult, spirits get stuck. Children can often see what adults cannot because their minds are more open." "So what do we do?" Mark asked, his skepticism apparently shelved for the moment. "I can perform a cleansing ritual in your home," Eleanor said. "It won't force him out. That can sometimes make things worse. But it will open a path for him to move on if he chooses to take it." The ritual involved a lot of burning sage, chanting, and placing small bowls of salt in the corners of each room. I felt silly participating in it, but I was desperate enough to try anything. That night, Christopher slept in his new room without incident. When he woke up the next morning, I asked him if Johnny had visited. "No," he said, concentrating on his cereal. "He's gone now. He said goodbye and went to find his sister." I nearly dropped my coffee cup. His sister?" Christopher nodded. "He said she's been waiting for him for a long time, and he's sorry he scared me. But he didn't know how else to get help." I never told Christopher about Jonathan Mercer's sister who had cared for him. He couldn't have known about her from me. That was 4 weeks ago. Johnny hasn't returned, and Christopher doesn't mention him anymore. The rocking chair is back in our living room now. I couldn't bring myself to put it in Christopher's room again, but I didn't want to get rid of the family heirloom either. Sometimes when the house is quiet and I'm alone, I think I can hear the gentle creak of it rocking ever so slightly. But when I look, it's always still. I still don't know what to believe. Was Johnny real? Was he just an imaginary friend with an uncanny coincidental resemblance to a man who died in our house decades ago? I don't know. All I know is that sometimes, when Christopher is playing and doesn't realize I'm watching him, he'll stop and wave at an empty corner of the room, just a quick little wave, like you'd give a familiar passing neighbor. And sometimes I swear I can feel someone watching us from that same corner, not in a threatening way anymore, more like keeping an eye on things, almost protective. I've learned not to question it. Some things in this world can't be explained, only experienced. And if Johnny is still around somewhere, watching over my son with those big, expressive eyes of his, well, I guess that's okay with me now. But I still sleep with the lights on. Story 6. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. It's been almost 15 years now, but every detail is still as clear as if it happened yesterday. I was 13 when it happened, living in Riverside with my parents and younger sister. It's the kind of small town where everyone knows everyone, and family is everything. My grandfather, I always called him Pop-Up, had been sick for a while. I remember when he was diagnosed with prostate cancer back in 2001. I was only 11 then, and I didn't fully understand what was happening. My parents tried to shield me and my sister from the worst of it. They'd have these hushed conversations in the kitchen that would stop the moment one of us walked in. They always put on brave faces around us, saying things like, "Pop-Up is getting special medicine," or "The doctors are taking good care of him." Pop-Up lived about 15 minutes away with my grandmother in the house where my dad grew up. Before he got sick, we'd go over every Sunday for dinner, and Pop-Up would tell these amazing stories about his time in the military or growing up during the Depression. He had this old Western movie collection that took up an entire bookshelf in their living room. John Wayne was his absolute hero. I never really got into that stuff. I was more into video games and Harry Potter. But I'd sit and watch with him sometimes, just because it made him happy. When Pop-Up started getting really sick, my dad would go over every morning to help my grandmother with whatever needed doing. Giving Pop-Up his medicine, helping him to the bathroom, or just sitting with him while my grandmother got some rest. Then he'd come back home, pick us up after school, and we'd all go visit for a couple hours. I remember how Pop-Up changed as the months went by. He got thinner, his voice got quieter, and he slept more. But he never lost his sense of humor. Even when he was confined to a hospital bed that the nurses had set up in their living room, he'd wink at me and say something like, "Hey kiddo, don't look so worried. I'm just resting up for our fishing trip this summer." The last time I saw Pop-Up awake was on a Tuesday evening. He was really tired and could barely keep his eyes open, but he squeezed my hand and said, "You're a good boy, Lucas. Always have been." I didn't know it then, but that was his way of saying goodbye. That night, my parents were whispering again in the kitchen. I caught fragments like hospice and not much longer, but when I asked what was going on, my mum just said that Pop-Up was coming home from the hospital soon, which was a good sign. I believed her because I wanted to. I needed to. What happened next still gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. I went to bed that night like any other. I was never a morning person. My mom usually had to drag me out of bed for school, so what happened the next morning was already unusual. I had this dream. It wasn't like my normal dreams about school or friends or whatever. This dream was about cowboys and Indians. I was standing in this wide-open prairie with tall grass swaying in the wind. There were teepees in the distance and cowboys on horses. It was like I was inside one of Pop-Up's Western movies, the kind I'd never had any interest in. Then suddenly Pop-Up was there. He was standing right in front of me, but he looked different. He wasn't sick anymore. He stood tall and strong like in the old photos on my grandmother's wall. He was wearing his favorite flannel shirt and that beat-up leather cowboy hat he loved. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me with this peaceful smile and mouthed something I couldn't quite make out. I tried to walk toward him, but the more I moved, the further away he seemed. Then he raised his hand, gave me a small wave, and just faded away. That's when I woke up with a start. My heart was pounding and I felt this weird sensation in my chest. Not pain exactly, but a kind of pressure. I glanced at my alarm clock, 7:30 exactly. I remember being surprised because I never woke up that early on my own, especially during summer break. I lay there for a while, trying to make sense of the dream. It felt so real, not like a normal dream at all. After a few minutes, I got up and went downstairs. Mum was making breakfast, looking tired. She seemed surprised to see me up so early. "You okay, honey?" she asked, and I told her about the weird dream. She got this strange look on her face but didn't say much, just nodded and said something about how dreams can be vivid sometimes. A couple of hours later, my dad came home. I could tell something was wrong the second he walked through the door. His eyes were red, and he had this look on his face I'd never seen before. Mum took one look at him and just knew. She started crying before he even said anything. Dad gathered us in the living room, sat us down, and told us that Pop-Up had died that morning. I remember the exact words. "Kids, Pop-Up passed away this morning. He wasn't in any pain. He just went peacefully in his sleep." My sister started crying right away, but I just sat there feeling numb. Then Dad said something that made my whole body go cold. It happened at 7:30 this morning. 7:30. The exact time I'd woken up from that dream. I blurted out, "That's when I woke up. That's when I had that dream about Pop-Up." My parents exchanged a look I didn't understand at the time. Dad asked me to tell him about the dream, so I did. The cowboys and Indians, Pop-Up looking healthy, him trying to tell me something but no words coming out, then disappearing. After I finished, Dad was quiet for a long time. Then he told us something else. Pop-Up's dog Lucky, this little Jack Russell Terrier he'd had for years, had been acting strange that morning. Lucky had been hiding under Pop-Up's hospital bed for days, barely coming out even to eat. But at exactly 7:30 that morning, just as Pop-Up took his last breath, Lucky had crawled out from under the bed, stood in the middle of the room, and let out this long, mournful howl, something he'd never done before. Then he'd gone back under the bed and wouldn't come out again. I remember getting this weird tingle down my spine. The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. Me waking up from that dream, Pop-Up dying, Lucky howling, all at exactly 7:30 in the morning. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Pop-Up and that dream. I wasn't scared exactly, but I felt different, like I'd experienced something I couldn't explain. At the funeral a few days later, I noticed one of the photos of Pop-Up showed him wearing the exact same flannel shirt and cowboy hat he'd been wearing in my dream. I hadn't seen that photo before. It was an old one from when he was younger, long before I was born. After everyone left the funeral home, my grandmother pulled me aside. Her eyes were red from crying, but she had this peaceful look on her face. "Lucas," she said, "your grandfather loved you so much. The night before he passed, do you know what he was talking about? He was talking about taking you fishing next summer. And he mentioned something about wanting to show you his favorite Western movie." I didn't know what to say. I'd never told my grandmother about the dream. She continued, "He was worried about saying goodbye to you kids. He told me he didn't want you to see him at the very end, but he wanted a way to let you know he was okay." That's when I started crying, really crying, not just the quiet tears from the funeral. It was like something broke open inside me. I told my grandmother about the dream, about waking up at exactly 7:30. She wasn't surprised at all. She just nodded and said, "He found a way." Over the next few days, other strange things happened that I still can't explain. The night after the funeral, I found one of Pop-Up's Western movie DVDs on my bed, The Searchers with John Wayne. Nobody admitted to putting it there. Our DVD player, which had been broken for months, suddenly started working again when I tried to play it. A week later, I was helping clean out Pop-Up's things when I found an old journal of his. Inside was a sketch he'd drawn years ago of a prairie scene with teepees in the distance, almost exactly like what I'd seen in my dream. But the strangest thing happened about a month after Pop-Up died. I was sitting alone in my room, feeling sad and missing him. I had his old pocket watch that my grandmother had given me as a keepsake. As I held it, suddenly it started ticking. The watch had been broken for years. My dad had even tried to get it fixed once for Pop-Up's birthday, but was told it was beyond repair. I ran downstairs to show my parents, but as soon as I reached the bottom step, the ticking stopped. The watch never worked again after that. It's been 15 years, and I still have that watch. I still have the DVD too. Sometimes I take them out and just hold them, thinking about Pop-Up and that morning. I don't know exactly what happened that day. I'm not particularly religious or spiritual, and I tend to be skeptical about supernatural stuff. But I know what I experienced. I know that somehow, at the exact moment Pop-Up left this world, he found a way to say goodbye to me. My dad says he believes Pop-Up's spirit or consciousness or whatever you want to call it reached out to me in those final moments. My mom thinks it's what they call a deathbed vision, but happening in reverse. Instead of the dying person seeing their loved ones waiting for them, Pop-Up somehow projected himself into my dream. All I know is that it happened. It was real. Pop-Up and I had this connection at the exact moment of his death that I can't explain with logic or science. And in some strange way, it made losing him a little bit easier to bear. It gave me comfort to think that maybe death isn't the end, that the bonds we form with the people we love might somehow transcend the physical world. Lucky died a few years later. My grandmother swears that in his final moments, he got up, looked at some empty spot in the corner of the room, wagged his tail like he was greeting someone, and then peacefully lay down and passed away. I still think about that dream sometimes, still try to figure out what pop-up was trying to tell me. I may never know, but I do know that 7:30 in the morning will never be just another time on the clock for me. It's the time when something impossible happened, something that changed how I think about life and death and the connections between people who love each other. I've never been able to explain it, and honestly, I've stopped trying. Some things don't need explanations, they just are. Story 7. I still get goosebumps whenever I think about what happened that night at my friend Mark's apartment building. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats sometimes. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced that night in July completely changed my perspective on what might exist beyond our understanding. I'm 17, and Mark's been my best friend since middle school. His parents own this old apartment building on the east side of Oak Ridge, one of those brick buildings from the 70s with about 5 floors. It's nothing fancy, but they keep a vacant apartment on the top floor that Mark basically claimed as our hangout spot. His parents are pretty chill, as long as we don't cause trouble for the other tenants. That night started like any other summer evening. It was around 9 o'clock, and the air was still sticky with humidity. Mark texted me to come over, saying his parents were out for dinner, and we could hang on the roof like we sometimes did. We weren't supposed to go up there, technically, but we'd found this access point through the attic that connected to a maintenance door leading to the roof. It was our secret spot, where we'd sometimes smoke or just talk while looking at the town lights. I arrived at the building around 9:30. I remember checking my phone as I walked in, seeing a text from my mom asking when I'd be home. I replied with the usual "not too late" message and headed up to the 5th floor. Mark was waiting in the apartment playing some game on his phone when I walked in. "Dude, finally," he said, not looking up from his screen. "I was thinking we could head up to the roof. It's not too hot tonight." I dropped my backpack on the couch and nodded. "Yeah, sounds good." We hung out in the apartment for about an hour, just talking about school starting back up soon, and this girl Mark was into. Around 10:30, Mark suggested we head up to the roof. "I just need to use the bathroom first," I told him. "I'll meet you up there." The bathroom in the apartment was small but clean. I remember washing my hands and looking at myself in the mirror, noticing how tired I looked. Summer was almost over, and I wasn't ready to go back to school. When I finished, I expected Mark to be waiting, but the apartment was empty. "Mark," I called out. No answer. He must have already headed up. The entrance to the attic was at the end of the hallway outside the apartment. Just this small door that looked like it might lead to a utility closet. You had to pull down on this metal ring to open it, and then a ladder would fold down. We'd discovered it during one of our explorations of the building. I pulled the ring, and the ladder creaked as it extended. The sound echoed through the empty hallway, making me glance over my shoulder to make sure none of the neighbors heard. The last thing Mark's parents needed was complaints about kids accessing restricted areas. The attic was pitch black as always. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight before climbing up. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. The attic itself was huge, stretching over the entire building, with sections divided by support beams. It was filled with old furniture, boxes and junk that previous tenants had left behind. The ceiling was low in spots, forcing me to hunch over as I navigated through the maze of forgotten items. The air was different up there, stale and heavy, like it had been trapped for decades. My footsteps created hollow sounds on the wooden floor, and every now and then I'd hear the building settling with creaks and groans. I followed the path we'd created through the clutter, heading toward the far side where the door to the roof was located. That's when I noticed the temperature change. It wasn't dramatic at first, just a subtle cooling that I initially welcomed after the summer heat. But within seconds, it became uncomfortably cold, the kind that seeps into your bones. I remember rubbing my arms, thinking it was weird how the temperature could drop so quickly. As I moved forward, my phone's flashlight caught something moving in my peripheral vision, just a quick shadow darting between two stacked mattresses. I immediately assumed it was Mark trying to mess with me. "Very funny, dude," I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I intended in the vast attic space. "I know it's you. Knock it off." There was no response, just the sound of my own breathing and the distant hum of the building's air conditioning. I continued forward, but now I was more alert, scanning the area around me more carefully. The shadow passed by again, this time closer, moving with a speed that seemed off. It wasn't like someone running or even walking. It was like it simply shifted from one spot to another without traversing the space between. "Mark, seriously, you're being a dick," I said, trying to sound annoyed rather than unnerved. "Just come out." That's when my phone buzzed in my hand. I looked down at the screen and saw a text from Mark. "Where are you? Taking forever." My stomach dropped. If Mark was texting me, then he wasn't in the attic playing tricks on me. I quickly typed back, "Where are you?" His reply came immediately. "Downstairs, Jess called, coming up in a bit." A chill ran up my spine that had nothing to do with the cold air. I stood completely still, my flashlight beam shaking slightly as my hand trembled. If Mark was downstairs, then what the hell had I just seen moving around me? I was about to turn back when the shadow passed directly in front of me, close enough that my flashlight should have illuminated whoever or whatever it was. But the beam seemed to dim as it hit the shadow, like the light was being absorbed rather than reflected. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was something that actively consumed it. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. It was like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing, couldn't give the command to flee. The shadow circled around again, and this time it lingered long enough for me to make out a form, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long to be human. It didn't move like a person. It flowed like smoke, but with purpose, like it was examining me. The temperature plummeted further. I could see my breath now clouding in front of my face. My phone's screen started to flicker, the flashlight weakening. That's when I heard it, a sound like breathing, but hollow, as if coming from something that didn't have lungs. It was all around me, not from any specific direction. "Who's there?" I managed to whisper, my voice cracking. No response, just that awful breathing sound getting louder. The shadow grew more defined with each passing moment. What had started as a vague silhouette was taking shape. A gaunt figure that seemed to stand at least 7 feet tall, with a head that was slightly too large and arms that hung down to where knees should be. My phone died suddenly, plunging me into absolute darkness. The panic that had been building exploded inside me. I turned and ran blindly in what I hoped was the direction of the ladder, colliding with boxes and furniture, not caring about the noise I was making. All I could think about was getting out of that attic. I felt something brush against the back of my neck, not a touch, but a cold spot that moved across my skin. I screamed then, a sound I didn't even recognize as my own. By some miracle, I spotted the faint outline of the attic entrance ahead, illuminated by the dim hallway light below. I practically fell down the ladder, landing hard on my knees, but immediately scrambling to my feet. I slammed the attic door shut and backed away, staring at it, half expecting the shadow to seep through the cracks. "Jacob, what the hell, man?" I spun around to see Mark standing there, phone to his ear, looking confused. "Dude, you look like you've seen a ghost," he said, then spoke into his phone. "Hey Jess, I gotta go. Something's up with Jake." He hung up and approached me. "What happened? You're white as a sheet." I was shaking so badly I could hardly speak. There's There's something up there, I managed to get out. Mark looked at the attic door, then back at me. What do you mean, something? A shadow, but not normal. It moved. I was gasping for air, my words coming out disjointed. Mark put his hand on my shoulder, looking genuinely concerned now. Hey, calm down. Let's go back to the apartment. Once inside, I collapsed on the couch, still trembling. Mark got me a glass of water, which I gulped down desperately. Now tell me what happened, he said, sitting across from me. I recounted everything, the temperature drop, the shadow figure, how it moved, how my phone died. As I spoke, Mark's expression changed from skepticism to something else, recognition. You've seen it before, I realized, watching his face, haven't you? Mark hesitated, then nodded slowly. Not me personally, but there have been stories. My parents don't like talking about it. What stories? I demanded. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. So like, about 20 years ago, before my parents bought this place, there was this maintenance guy who worked here. According to what my dad told me once, the guy was fixing something on the roof one night and fell, died instantly. I felt sick. And people have seen him. In the attic. A few tenants over the years have complained about weird stuff happening in the building, especially on the top floor. Cold spots, things moving, shadows where there shouldn't be any. Most of them ended up breaking their leases and moving out. My parents just figured they were trying to get out of paying rent. Why didn't you ever tell me this? I asked, anger mixing with my fear. Mark looked guilty. I didn't really believe it, to be honest. I've been up in that attic dozens of times and never experienced anything weird. I thought they were just stories. My phone suddenly came back to life in my pocket, vibrating with delayed notifications. I pulled it out, noticing that the battery was at 87%. There was no reason it should have died in the attic. I'm never going back up there, I said firmly. Ever. Mark nodded. Yeah, probably a good call. We sat in silence for a while, the reality of what had happened settling over us. Eventually, Mark offered to walk me home, but I called my mom instead. There was no way I was walking through the dark streets after what I'd experienced. While waiting for my mom to arrive, Mark confessed something else. There's one more thing about that maintenance guy, he said quietly. The reason he was on the roof at night was because he was apparently obsessed with the attic. Other workers said he spent way too much time up there, organizing things, moving furniture around. Some people thought he was stealing stuff, but nothing was ever missing. What are you saying? I asked, not sure I wanted to hear the answer. I'm saying maybe he didn't fall, Mark replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Maybe something pushed him. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that shadow figure every time I closed my eyes. I've refused all of Mark's invitations to come over since then. He understands why. Last week, Mark texted me saying his parents are selling the building. Apparently, there have been more complaints from tenants about strange occurrences in the hallways and the top floor. He said they finally connected the dots and realized the incidents always increase around the anniversary of the maintenance worker's death, which happens to be in July when I had my experience. I still don't know exactly what I encountered in that attic. Was it the ghost of that maintenance worker? Was it something else entirely? Something that maybe caused his death? All I know is that whatever it wasn't human, and it was aware of me. Sometimes I still get the feeling I'm being watched, especially at night. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel a cold spot moving across the back of my neck. I'm writing this now because I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I've tried explaining it to my parents, but they think I just scared myself in a dark attic. They don't believe in ghosts or spirits. 3 months ago, neither did I. But now, I know better. Now I know that sometimes shadows move when they shouldn't, and sometimes They take forms that don't belong in our world. Story 8. I've been sitting on this experience for almost a year now, trying to make sense of it. I'm not big on sharing personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. For some background, when I was 11, my dad got deployed to Iraq. It was a really tough time for me. I was at that age where a girl really needs her father, you know. During that period, I met Daniel through a mutual family friend. He was around 20 at the time, and we formed this weird but completely innocent friendship. He was like the big brother or father figure I desperately needed while my dad was away. We'd Skype a lot. He'd check in on me, ask about school, help me with math homework, which I was terrible at, and just listen when I needed to vent about middle school drama. My mom was initially concerned about our friendship given the age gap, but she quickly realized Daniel was genuinely just being kind. He never once said or did anything inappropriate. It was purely this protective, mentoring relationship that helped me through a really difficult time. About a year ago, Daniel and his cousin were traveling through Europe, a trip they'd been planning for ages. Then I got the call that shattered everything. They'd been in a car accident on some winding road in the Alps. Neither of them survived. I can't describe the grief I felt, even though we didn't see each other in person very often since he'd moved to another state for work. Daniel had been a constant in my life for years. Suddenly having that ripped away, it broke something in me. I went to his funeral in a daze. I remember his parents hugging me, both of us crying, and them telling me how much Daniel had valued our friendship. They gave me a keychain of his that had a little soccer ball on it. He knew I played and always encouraged me. I still have it on my backpack. About 3 weeks after the funeral, I went to stay with my cousin Jess for a week. She lives out in this rural area where their property has like 3 acres of land. They've got this old farmhouse that her parents have been renovating, and the yard still has all these remnants from when it was a working farm. There's an old silo, a barn they use for storage now, and this dilapidated hog barn that's basically falling apart. Behind the hog barn, there's this massive pile of junk that's been there forever, according to Jess. It's a hodgepodge of metal scraps, old gutters, discarded farm equipment, and what looked like ancient rugs disintegrating into the pile. Next to this heap is this tree that got split during a storm years back. Half of it still grows normally, but the other half is leaning against the junk pile, its branches intertwining with the debris. It was late afternoon on my 3rd day there. We were bored out of our minds. You know how it is in the countryside with no decent internet. Jess suggested we go explore the property, which eventually led us to the junk pile. Despite it looking like a tetanus shot waiting to happen, we decided it would be fun to climb it. Her parents weren't home, and we were at that age where doing slightly dangerous stuff felt thrilling. The pile was surprisingly stable as we climbed. It had been there so long that everything had sort of settled and compacted together. We found spots to sit near the top, about 8 feet off the ground. I had positioned myself on this thick tree branch that was wedged between some metal pieces. It felt solid enough, so I started bouncing a little on it, just messing around. Jess was warning me to be careful when we heard this horrible cracking sound. Before I could process what was happening, the branch snapped clean through. I fell backward, my stomach dropping with that awful feeling you get when you know you're about to get hurt. I landed hard on my back on what I later realized was an old gutter. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but the worst part was that I started sliding down the curved metal. As I was sliding, I looked down and saw it. This jagged piece of metal, maybe from an old farm tool or something, jutting upward at the bottom of my slide path. It was positioned in a way that I would have slid right into it, probably impaling my back or side. In that moment, I knew I was about to be seriously injured. There was no way to stop myself. The gutter was too smooth and I was sliding too fast. I remember thinking, this is going to be really bad. and closing my eyes. Then I felt it, a firm grip on my right arm, yanking me sideways. The force of it pulled me off my sliding path and onto a flatter section of the debris pile. I tumbled a few more feet through softer junk before coming to a stop, miraculously away from any sharp objects. My first thought was that Jess had somehow managed to grab me. I looked up, ready to thank her, but what I saw made my blood run cold. Jess was still at the top of the pile, at least 6 feet away from where I'd fallen. She was struggling to get to me, but her foot was caught in what looked like an old window screen that had wrapped around her ankle. There was absolutely no way she could have reached me. "Are you okay?" she shouted, still trying to free her foot. I couldn't answer her right away. I was staring at my arm, the one that had been grabbed. There was a distinct sensation lingering there, the feeling of fingers that had wrapped around my bicep and pulled with considerable strength. I could still feel the pressure points where each finger had gripped me. "Something grabbed me," I finally said, my voice shaking. "Someone pulled me out of the way." Jess finally freed herself and scrambled down to me. "What are you talking about? I couldn't reach you. I tried, but I was stuck." I showed her my arm, which now had faint red marks appearing where I'd been gripped. "Someone grabbed me here. I felt it, Jess. They pulled me away from that metal spike." We both looked around. The property was completely silent except for the rustling of leaves. There was no one else there. No one else had been there all day. Jess helped me up, and we carefully made our way down from the pile. My back was sore from the initial impact, and I'd scraped my elbow, but otherwise I was completely fine, which was a miracle considering what would have happened if I'd continued on that slide path. As we walked back to the house, I couldn't shake the sensation of that grip on my arm. It had felt so real, so physical. And then this thought came to me that I couldn't push away. Daniel. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. I've never been particularly spiritual or religious. I don't have strong beliefs about the afterlife. But in that moment, I was overwhelmed with the certainty that Daniel had somehow been there and saved me. Later that night, I was sitting alone on the porch swing, still trying to process what had happened. I was absent-mindedly playing with the soccer ball keychain that had been Daniel's when I noticed something I'd never seen before. On the back of it, there was a tiny engraving. It was so small I needed my phone's flashlight to read it. It said, "Always watching over you." I broke down crying right there. Maybe Daniel had gotten that engraved as a sweet gesture when he gave it to his parents to give to me if anything happened to him. Or maybe it had been there all along, and I just never noticed it. But the timing of discovering it, just hours after what happened at the junk pile, hit me hard. The rest of my visit passed without incident. I didn't tell Jess's parents about what happened. They would have just been angry we were climbing on that dangerous pile anyway. Jess and I talked about it a few times, but she was skeptical. She suggested that perhaps a piece of the junk had redirected me, and in my panic, I'd interpreted it as a hand. That's a rational explanation, and part of me wants to accept it. But it doesn't explain the finger-shaped marks on my arm that lasted for hours afterward. It doesn't explain the distinct sensation of a hand gripping me with purpose and pulling me to safety. When I got home, I called Daniel's mom and asked her about the keychain. She seemed surprised when I mentioned the engraving and said she'd never noticed it. According to her, Daniel had carried that keychain for years. It was from his first professional soccer game that his dad had taken him to. She had no idea there was anything written on it and asked me to send her a photo of it. It's been almost a year now, and I still think about that day often. I still have the keychain, and sometimes when I'm feeling alone or scared, I hold on to it and feel this sense of calm wash over me. Last month, I was home alone studying for finals when I heard a crash from downstairs. My cat had knocked over a glass vase, and there was shattered glass everywhere. As I was carefully picking up the pieces, I misstepped and almost put my bare foot down on a large shard. Right before my foot touched it, I felt that same sensation, a hand on my shoulder pulling me back just enough that I caught myself. I froze, looking around the empty room, that familiar feeling washing over me. I know most people would say I'm just looking for connections that aren't there. That grief makes us see what we want to see. Maybe they're right. Maybe my brain is just trying to make sense of random events by connecting them to someone I miss terribly. But there are moments, like when I'm alone in my room at night, when I swear I can feel a presence sitting at my desk chair. Not in a creepy way, but in that same protective way that Daniel always had. Sometimes my homework papers ruffle when there's no breeze, or my bedroom door that always squeaks suddenly opens silently. I don't have any grand conclusions or explanations. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I just know what I felt that day on the junk pile, what saved me from being seriously injured or worse. I know the comfort I still feel sometimes when I'm alone, but don't feel lonely. Maybe Daniel is still keeping his promise to watch over me. Maybe he's still being that protective friend he always was, just in a different way now. I don't know if I'll ever have answers, but I'm grateful either way. Because whatever or whoever pulled me away from that metal spike that day saved my life. And sometimes maybe that's enough to know. Story 9. I'm still not sure if I should even be writing this down. Part of me wants to forget everything that happened, but another part of me needs to get this off my chest. It's been 3 months since we moved out of that mobile home in Pineville, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. My ex and I have had our issues over the years, but we've always tried to do right by our son, Tyler. He's only 2.5 now, just this little guy with the biggest brown eyes you've ever seen. After things fell apart between us last year, we decided to move back into her family's old mobile home on the edge of town. Money was tight, and it seemed like a practical solution at the time. When we first moved in, Sarah, my ex, started reminiscing about growing up there. We were unpacking boxes in the kitchen when she mentioned her younger sister, Lily. I knew bits and pieces about Lily, that she'd had mental health problems since she was young and had been in and out of psychiatric facilities for years. What I didn't know was about the man in the hallway. Lily used to freak us all out, Sarah told me as she stacked plates in the cabinet. She'd wake up in the middle of the night screaming about some man standing in our bedroom doorway, said he always wore this old-fashioned hat with a brim and carried a suitcase. My parents took her to so many doctors trying to figure out what was wrong. I remember laughing it off. Kids have wild imaginations, I said. Sarah shook her head. This was different. She would describe him the same way every time. Never changed a single detail. My mom thought it might be from some old movie she saw, but we could never find anything that matched. We set up Tyler's room in what used to be Sarah and Lily's old bedroom. It was the smaller of the 2 bedrooms, but it had this little alcove that was perfect for his toy chest. Sarah seemed hesitant about using that room initially, but she never explained why, and I didn't push it. I figured it was just memories of fighting with her sister or something. The first few weeks were completely normal. Tyler adjusted well to the new place, and we fell into a routine. I'd work days at the lumber yard while Sarah worked evenings at the diner. We'd pass Tyler between us like a baton, neither of us wanting to pay for childcare we couldn't afford. Then came that night in April. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd been complaining all day about having to work overtime on Saturday, and Sarah had finally snapped at me to just be grateful for the extra money. We put Tyler to bed around 7:30, though it took longer than usual to get him settled. He kept asking for another story, another glass of water, all the usual toddler delay tactics. By 9, Sarah and I were in the living room watching some crime show she liked. I was half paying attention, scrolling through my phone, when we heard Tyler's bedroom door creak open. This wasn't unusual. He'd often get up to use the bathroom or come tell us he was thirsty. But this time, he didn't come padding down the hallway in his dinosaur pajamas. Instead, we heard his little voice talking animatedly in his room. That's weird, I said, looking up from my phone. Who's he talking to? Sarah muted the TV. We both listened. Tyler was definitely having a conversation. You could hear the pauses where he was listening to someone respond. Then his excited little voice would start up again. Tyler, I called out. Who are you talking to, buddy? There was a moment of silence. Then Tyler's head poked out from his doorway. His hair was sticking up in that way it does when he's been rolling around in bed. I'm talking to the man, he said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. A chill ran down my spine. Sarah and I exchanged glances. What man, sweetie? Sarah asked, her voice strangely tight. The man with a suitcase. He's wearing a hat. Tyler pointed back into his room. He's right there. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah's face had gone completely white. Without saying another word, she got up and walked quickly down the hallway. I followed her, expecting to find nothing, maybe a shadow from the streetlight that looked vaguely person-shaped. But Tyler's room was empty, just his toddler bed with the rumpled dinosaur sheets, his toys scattered across the floor, and the nightlight casting a soft blue glow over everything. There's nobody here, Tyler, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. You must have been dreaming. Tyler frowned, looking genuinely confused. But he was just here. He was telling me about his train. Sarah was gripping the doorframe so tightly, her knuckles had turned white. What did he look like, Tyler, the man you saw? He has a big hat, Tyler said, making a wide gesture above his head, and a grey suit. And he carries his case because he's always going somewhere. I watched as Sarah sank down onto Tyler's bed, her legs seeming to give out beneath her. Tyler, have you ever heard Mommy talk about Aunt Lily? She asked. Tyler shook his head. He was too young to really know about his aunt, and Sarah rarely talked about her sister even to me. Has Grandma ever told you stories about when Mommy was little? About someone Aunt Lily used to see? Again, Tyler shook his head, looking confused. That's when Sarah started crying. Not loud sobs, but silent tears running down her cheeks. I sat down next to her and put my arm around her shoulders, completely bewildered. Sarah, what's going on? I asked. Between shaky breaths, she explained. Lily used to see him, standing right there in that exact spot. The man with the suitcase and the hat. She described him exactly the same way. She'd wake up screaming about him when she was 4 or 5, Tyler's age. We all thought she was making it up or having nightmares. I felt a cold wave wash over me as I looked at the empty corner of the room where Tyler had been pointing. That's just a coincidence, I said, not believing my own words. He's come back, Tyler announced cheerfully, climbing onto the bed between us. He says he lives here too. We didn't sleep that night. We brought Tyler into our bed, where he promptly fell asleep between us, as if nothing unusual had happened. Sarah and I stayed awake, speaking in whispers over his head, trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe he overheard something, I suggested. Maybe your mom mentioned it to him. My mother hasn't spoken about Lily's hallucinations in years, Sarah whispered back. And she's only seen Tyler a handful of times since we moved back. There's no way. Kids are impressionable. Maybe he saw something on TV. But deep down, I knew that didn't make sense either. We were careful about what Tyler watched, and what he'd described wasn't some cartoon character. It was specific. A man in a hat with a suitcase, standing in the exact same spot where Sarah's troubled sister had seen him years ago. The next morning, I called in sick to work. Something about the idea of leaving Sarah and Tyler alone in that mobile home made my stomach knot up. We tried to have a normal day, made pancakes, watched cartoons, took Tyler to the park. But there was this tension hanging in the air. Every time Tyler wandered into his room to get a toy, one of us would follow him. That night, we decided Tyler would sleep in our room. We made a little nest of blankets on the floor beside our bed. telling him it was a special sleepover. He fell asleep quickly, exhausted from a day of playing. Around midnight, Sarah and I were still awake, talking in hushed tones. "We can't just ignore this," she was saying. "What if—" Tyler sat up suddenly in his makeshift bed. His eyes were open but unfocused, like he was still half asleep. "He's mad we're not in my room," he said in a drowsy voice. "Who's mad, baby?" Sarah asked, though I could tell from her voice she already knew the answer. "The Hat Man. He's waiting for us." The walls of that mobile home suddenly felt paper-thin, like something was pressing against them from the outside, trying to get in. Or maybe it was already inside. Sarah reached down and pulled Tyler up onto our bed, tucking him between us. "There's no one waiting for us, sweetie. Go back to sleep." But Tyler was insistent. He says he needs to talk to someone. He's lonely. I got up and walked to Tyler's room, flipping on the light. The room looked exactly as we'd left it. Toys scattered across the floor, the blue nightlight still on, the curtains drawn against the darkness outside. But standing there in the doorway, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like the atmosphere before a storm. "There's nobody here," I said aloud, not sure if I was trying to convince Tyler or myself. When I returned to our bedroom, Tyler was sitting cross-legged on the bed, wide awake now. "He followed you," he said, pointing to the empty space behind me. I spun around, heart hammering in my chest, but the hallway was empty. Yet for a split second, I thought I caught a whiff of something. Old cologne and cigarette smoke, the kind my grandfather used to smell like. "That's enough, Tyler," Sarah said firmly. "There's no man. It's time to sleep." But Tyler was adamant. "He's real, Mommy. He says he used to watch Aunt Lily sleep too." That was the breaking point for Sarah. She grabbed her phone and called her mother, despite it being after midnight. I could hear her mother's confused voice on the other end, as Sarah demanded to know if she'd ever told Tyler stories about Lily's hallucinations. "He's describing the exact same thing, Mom," Sarah was saying, her voice cracking. "The man with the hat and suitcase." The exact same spot in the room. He even mentioned Lily by name, and we never talk about her around him. Tyler had curled up against my side, seemingly untroubled by his mother's distress. "The Hat Man is sad," he informed me solemnly. "He says nobody ever stays." I didn't sleep at all that night. Every creak of the mobile home's frame, every whisper of wind outside, had me on edge. Tyler eventually drifted off, and even Sarah managed to get a few hours of restless sleep. But I stayed awake, watching the shadows on the ceiling, feeling like something was circling us, waiting. The next day, Sarah called a local church. I'm not religious, and neither is she, but she was desperate. The pastor sounded sympathetic but skeptical over the phone. He agreed to come by that evening to bless the house, though I could tell he thought we were overreacting to a child's imagination. While we waited for the pastor, I decided to ask around town. Pineville is small enough that everybody knows everybody's business. I went to the local hardware store, where the owner, Bill, had lived in the area for decades. "That old Sullivan place," Bill said when I mentioned the address. "Lot of folks have come and gone from there over the years." "Any reason why people don't stay long?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Bill shrugged, but there was something in his eyes, a flicker of knowledge he wasn't sharing. "People claim it's haunted, but people say that about half the places in this town." "Haunted by what?" I pressed. He seemed reluctant to continue, but finally sighed. "Story goes, back in the 50s, some traveling salesman passed through town. Fellow who owned the property back then, before the mobile home was even there, rented him a room for the night. Story is, the owner robbed and killed him, buried him somewhere on the property. Fellow was never reported missing, 'cause nobody knew he was here in the first place." "A traveling salesman? With a suitcase?" Bill nodded slowly. And one of those old fedora hats they all wore back then. But look, it's just a story, probably not a word of truth to it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more truth to it than anyone wanted to admit. When I got home, I didn't tell Sarah what I'd learned. She was already on edge, and I didn't want to make things worse. The pastor arrived around 7 that evening. He was younger than I expected, maybe in his 30s, with a kind face and practical approach. He walked through the mobile home, saying prayers in each room. When he got to Tyler's room, he paused longer, his expression thoughtful. "Your son mentioned seeing a man in here?" he asked. Sarah nodded. "A man with a hat and suitcase. My sister used to see the same thing when we were kids." The pastor nodded but didn't seem alarmed. "Children are often more sensitive to spiritual energies," he said diplomatically, "but not everything they sense is harmful." "So you believe something's here?" I asked. He chose his words carefully. "I believe your son is experiencing something real to him, whether it's spiritual or psychological. The blessing should help either way." After the pastor left, things seemed calmer. Tyler didn't mention the Hat Man again that evening, and we decided to try letting him sleep in his own room again, with the door wide open and our door open as well. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to the sound of Tyler's voice. He wasn't crying or scared. He was talking in that animated way children do when they're excited about something. Sarah stirred beside me. "He's at it again," she whispered. We both got up and moved quietly down the hallway. Tyler's bedroom door was still open, and the nightlight cast enough glow that we could see him sitting up in bed, facing the corner of his room. And then what happened? Tyler was asking the empty air. We stood frozen in the doorway. Tyler hadn't noticed us yet. He was listening intently to something or someone we couldn't see. "That's sad," Tyler said to the empty corner. "Did they find your suitcase?" Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. I could feel her trembling. "Tyler?" I said softly. "Who are you talking to?" He turned to us, smiling. "The Hat Man. He's telling me about when he came here a long time ago." "What's he saying?" I asked, my mouth dry. "He said the bad man took his suitcase and put him in the ground, and nobody ever came looking for him." Sarah let out a small, choked sound. Tyler's innocent face showed no sign of fear. To him, this was just an interesting conversation with a new friend. "He says he likes watching people sleep," Tyler continued. "He used to watch Aunt Lily, and now he watches me." Something changed in the atmosphere of the room. The air seemed to grow colder, and the nightlight flickered briefly. I felt a pressure in my ears, like when you drive up a mountain. "His face is all funny," Tyler said, his expression changing from curiosity to slight concern. "I think he's mad that I'm telling you about him." I stepped into the room, intending to pick Tyler up and bring him back to our room. But as I crossed the threshold, an overwhelming sensation washed over me. A bone-deep certainty that I was not alone, that someone else was in that small space with us, watching. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it, just for an instant. A silhouette darker than the surrounding shadows, roughly man-shaped, with what looked like a brimmed hat. When I turned to look directly, there was nothing there, but the impression lingered, like an after-image burned into my retinas. "We're leaving," I said, scooping Tyler up into my arms. "Now!" Sarah didn't argue. We grabbed our phones and car keys, not bothering to pack anything. Tyler complained as I carried him out to the car in his pajamas, but I didn't care. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get my family out of that place. We spent the night at a motel on the edge of town. The next day, we went back only to pack essential items, and we did it in broad daylight, never letting Tyler out of our sight. We found a small apartment in the next town over and broke our lease on the mobile home, forfeiting our security deposit. About a month after we moved, I ran into the property manager at the gas station. He mentioned they'd already rented the place to a young couple with a 4-year-old daughter. "Hope they have better luck than you folks," he said. "They seem nice, though the little girl's been having trouble sleeping. Says there's a man in her room at night. I wanted to warn them, to tell them to get out while they could, but what would I say? That my toddler had conversations with the ghost of a murdered traveling salesman? That my ex's mentally ill sister had seen the same thing years ago? We never went back to that mobile home. Tyler hasn't mentioned the Hat Man since we left, but sometimes I catch him staring into empty corners of our new apartment, his head tilted as if listening. When I ask what he's doing, he just shrugs and says, 'Nothing.' I still don't know what was in that mobile home. Maybe it was just suggestion and coincidence. Maybe Tyler really did overhear something about his aunt's experiences. But deep down, I know what I felt that night, the weight of unseen eyes, the certainty that something was there with us, something that had been waiting a very long time for someone to notice it. And sometimes when I'm alone and the apartment is quiet, I swear I catch a whiff of that same old-fashioned cologne and cigarette smoke, just for an instant. And I wonder if the Hat Man found us after all. Story 10. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. Even typing this makes my hands shake. It's been 13 years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened in that house. We moved to Willow Creek in the spring of 2010 after I got divorced. It seemed like the perfect fresh start, a quiet rural town where housing was affordable, good schools for the kids, and enough space that we wouldn't feel cramped. The realtor mentioned the property had historical significance, but that was just a selling point for me. I thought it might make for cool stories to tell friends when they visited. I had no idea what kind of history we were actually stepping into. My 3 kids adjusted differently to the move. Eliza, my oldest at 12, was upset about leaving her friends behind. James, 9 at the time, split his time between my house and his dad's place a few hours away. And then there was Tobias, my little guy, just 3.5 years old when we moved in. The first couple weeks were normal, unpacking, getting used to the creaks of an older house, figuring out the quickest route to the grocery store. But I started noticing something odd about Tobias about a month after we moved in. He'd always been a talkative kid, but now I'd catch him having these intense conversations with, well, nobody. I didn't think much of it initially. Imaginary friends are normal for kids his age, right? But then he started saying this name, Fryer. Not the kind of name a preschooler typically comes up with. "Mummy, Fryer showed me the creek today," he told me one afternoon while I was making dinner. "Oh yeah? Who's Fryer, sweetie?" I asked, only half paying attention as I chopped vegetables. "He's my friend. He has dark skin and doesn't wear many clothes. He likes to hunt in the woods." That made me stop chopping. It was such a specific description. "Did you see someone like that on TV?" Tobias shook his head. "No, he lives here." "Well, he used to live here. In a house? A long time ago." I figured he was just being imaginative, but something about the way he described this Fryer person gave me pause. I asked him more questions, but he just went back to coloring, the conversation apparently over in his mind. Over the next few weeks, Tobias mentioned Fryer almost daily. He'd tell me about things Fryer showed him or stories Fryer told him. One evening, while I was tucking him into bed, he said something that made my blood run cold. "Fryer's sad because some white people came and burnt him alive and killed his village." I literally froze with the blanket in my hands. "What did you say, Toby?" "Fryer said white people burnt his house and killed everyone. They burnt him too." He said this so matter-of-factly, like he was telling me about a cartoon he'd watched. "Tobias, where did you hear something like that? That's a very grown-up thing to say." He just blinked at me. "Fryer told me. It happened right here, Mummy, a long time ago." I felt sick. There was no way he could have known or made up something like that. He was barely 4 years old. He couldn't read yet, and we didn't have cable TV hooked up. We were careful about what he watched on Netflix. Where would he have heard about something so violent? I told myself it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe he'd overheard something at daycare, though I couldn't imagine what kind of daycare would be discussing historical violence against indigenous people with toddlers. Eliza started noticing things too. She came to me one night, clearly upset. "Mom, something weird is happening with Toby," she whispered, glancing toward the hallway like she was afraid he might hear. "What do you mean, honey?" "I keep hearing him talking in his room, like he's having these long conversations. But whenever I go to check on him, he stops immediately. And the way he looks at me, it's creepy, like he wasn't alone and I interrupted something private." I tried to brush it off, but it bothered me. That night, I stood outside Tobias's door, listening. Sure enough, I could hear him chattering away, his voice rising and falling like he was responding to someone else. When I pushed the door open, he went completely silent and turned his head toward me with this eerie slowness. "Who were you talking to, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just Friar," he said quietly. "He doesn't like people listening." A chill ran through me. I sat on his bed and tried to get him to tell me more about Friar, but he suddenly seemed tired and rolled over to go to sleep. I stayed there for a while, watching him, wondering what the hell was happening. Things escalated in July when James came back from his month at his dad's. Tobias and James had always had a typical sibling relationship. They loved each other but also fought constantly. James, being older, would tease Tobias mercilessly sometimes. The first day James was back, he hid Tobias's favorite stuffed animal, making him cry for hours until I finally forced James to give it back. That night, as I was putting Tobias to bed, he looked at me with those big, serious eyes of his and said, "Friar does not like it when brother is mean to me. He's gonna scare him." The way he said it made my skin crawl. "That's not nice, Tobias. We don't say things like that." He just shrugged and turned over. "I didn't say it. Friar did." I checked on James before I went to bed, finding him playing on his Nintendo DS under the covers. Tobias and James shared a bunk bed, with James on top and Tobias on the bottom. Everything seemed normal, so I kissed his forehead, told him not to stay up too late, and went to my own room. Around 1 in the morning, I woke up to the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. It was James. I ran to their room so fast I banged my hip on the hallway table and nearly fell. When I burst through the door, I found James pressed against the wall on his bunk, his face white as a sheet, breathing so hard I thought he might hyperventilate. "Something shook my bed," he screamed when he saw me. "Something grabbed the bed and shook it hard." Eliza appeared behind me, rubbing her eyes. "What's going on?" I climbed up to James's bunk and held him. He was shaking uncontrollably. "It's okay. It was probably just a nightmare," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. It wasn't a nightmare. I was awake. The whole bed started shaking and I heard this breathing sound, like someone was right next to me, breathing really heavy and angry. I looked down at Tobias, who was fast asleep, or at least appeared to be. His chest rose and fell peacefully, his favorite stuffed dog tucked under his arm. How had he slept through his brother's screaming? "Can I sleep with you tonight?" James begged, something he hadn't asked for in years. I took James to my room, while Eliza volunteered to sleep in the bottom bunk with Tobias. As I was leaving, I could have sworn I saw Tobias's eyes open slightly, watching us go, but when I looked harder, he seemed deeply asleep. The next morning, James refused to go back to the bunk bed. I rearranged the furniture in the bonus room and set up a makeshift bedroom for him there. When I asked Tobias if he heard anything during the night, he just said, "Friar doesn't like it when people are mean." A terrible thought crossed my mind. Had Tobias somehow done something to scare his brother? But he was only 4. and I couldn't imagine how he could have shaken the entire bunk bed without waking himself up in the process. About a month after that incident, Tobias fell while playing in the backyard. He hit his head on a rock, and I rushed him to the ER in a panic. The doctor said he had a minor skull fracture, but after some observation, they let us go home with instructions to watch for concussion symptoms. Physically, Tobias recovered quickly, but something changed after that fall. He stopped mentioning Fryer completely. When I asked him about his friend, he looked confused, like he didn't know what I was talking about. Part of me was relieved, but another part was deeply unsettled. The sleepwalking started about 2 weeks after the accident. The first time it happened, I woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom and found Tobias standing in the hallway staring at the wall. "Toby? Honey?" I whispered, not wanting to startle him. He didn't respond. When I touched his shoulder, he slowly turned and walked back to his room without saying a word or acknowledging me. The pediatrician told me sleepwalking was common in children his age and not to worry too much about it. But then Eliza started complaining that she'd wake up in the middle of the night to find Tobias standing next to her bed, just staring at her. "It's freaking me out, Mom," she told me. "He just stands there until I wake up. He doesn't say anything. He just watches me." I installed a baby gate at Tobias's door, thinking it would keep him in his room at night. When I told him about it, he just looked at me blankly and said, "That won't stop me from walking." The worst incident happened in late September. I woke up at exactly 4 in the morning. I remember checking the clock because I heard the front door open. That distinctive creak couldn't be mistaken for anything else. Pure panic shot through me as I ran downstairs. The front door was wide open, and Tobias was standing in the middle of the yard wearing nothing but his underwear. It was chilly out, probably around 50 degrees, but he didn't seem cold at all. When I called his name, he turned toward me with agonizing slowness and started waving. Not a normal wave. His hand moved back and forth with this mechanical precision that made my heart feel like it was being squeezed. I ran out and grabbed him, and he let me lead him back inside without resistance. His body was ice cold, but he wasn't shivering. When I asked him what he was doing outside, he just said, "I was following the path." "What path, sweetie?" I asked, wrapping him in a blanket. "The path Fryer showed me, to the old village." My blood turned to ice. I thought he'd forgotten about Fryer after his fall. I thought Fryer was gone. Tobias looked at me with confusion. "Fryer never goes away. He's always here. He's watching us right now." I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. The next day I called a realtor. We were moving out as soon as possible. I didn't care if I had to break our lease or take a loss on the property. Something was very wrong in that house, and I wasn't going to let my kids stay there another month if I could help it. While I was making arrangements to move, I got curious and did some research on the history of our property. What I found made me physically ill. The local historical society had records showing that our house stood on land that had once been part of a settlement of indigenous people in the early 1800s. There had been a violent confrontation with white settlers that resulted in the entire village being burned to the ground. One account specifically mentioned a tribal healer who had been trapped in his dwelling when it was set ablaze. How could Tobias have known any of this? There was no way he could have accessed this information. We didn't even have internet set up in the house yet when he first started talking about Fryer. We moved out 2 weeks later. I told the kids it was because I'd found a better job in another town, which wasn't entirely a lie. I had started looking for work elsewhere the day after finding Tobias in the yard. As Tobias grew older, the sleepwalking gradually stopped. By the time he was 7, it had disappeared completely. He has no memory of Fryer or of anything that happened in that house. James still refuses to talk about the night his bed was shaken. Eliza occasionally brings it up, usually when we're all together during the holidays, but mostly as a "remember that creepy old house" kind of story. But I remember everything, And sometimes, when I look at Tobias now as a teenager, I catch a certain expression on his face, a stillness, a faraway look, that makes me wonder if somewhere deep inside he remembers too. Or worse, if something from that house came with us when we left. I still don't know what really happened in Willow Creek. Was it the overactive imagination of a child who somehow picked up on the violent history of the land? Or was there something more to it? Either way, I'm never going back there to find out. Story 11. I've been hesitating to write this down for months now, but I need to get it out of my system. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can explain what happened to me. I'm not looking for attention. I genuinely want answers because this experience has completely screwed with my life. About 7 months ago, I started getting these phone calls. I live in Glendale, work a normal office job, well, used to, and never had anything weird happen to me before this. I'm just a regular dude who enjoys watching sports on weekends and hanging out with friends. Nothing special. The first call came exactly at 2:33 in the morning on a Tuesday. I remember because I checked the time when my phone woke me up. I wasn't expecting any calls, especially at that hour, but I answered anyway, thinking it might be an emergency. What I heard still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It wasn't a voice or even a prank call. It was this sound, like static, but with something underneath it. Screaming, not movie screaming or fake screaming, but the kind that makes your chest tighten because you know it's real. Human suffering mixed with this crackling noise that seemed to pulse. I hung up immediately, heart racing. I figured it was a wrong number or some sick joke. But the next night at exactly 2:33 again, another call. Same sound, same hellish screaming beneath the static. I hung up faster this time. By the fourth night, I started leaving my phone in the living room, but I could still hear it ringing from my bedroom. The calls kept coming, always at the same time. I tried not answering, but then I'd just lie awake, staring at the ceiling as my phone rang and rang. Sometimes I swear it rang longer than a normal call would before going to voicemail. Eventually, I'd give in and answer, only to hear that same terrible noise. After 2 weeks, I started having trouble at work. I couldn't concentrate. I was exhausted from being woken up every night and then being too freaked out to fall back asleep. My boss noticed and asked if everything was okay. I laughed it off, saying I was just having some insomnia. What was I supposed to tell him? That I was getting calls from hell every night? By week 3, I started researching. I looked up phone scams, technical glitches, anything that could explain what was happening. I found nothing similar to my situation. I called my service provider and asked if they could block the number. They said they could, but when I checked my call log to give them the number, it showed as unknown. They suggested I turn my phone off at night, which I tried, but then I'd wake up at 2:33 anyway out of habit, turn my phone on to check, and within seconds, it would ring. A month into this nightmare, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to my provider's store and told them I needed a new number immediately. The guy at the counter probably thought I was running from debt collectors or an ex, but I didn't care. I got a new number that day and felt relief wash over me for the first time in weeks. That night, I slept better than I had in a month. No calls. Same the next night and the night after. For a full week, nothing happened. I started recovering, catching up on sleep. I thought it was over. Then, on the 8th night with my new number, at 2:33 in the morning, my phone rang. My stomach dropped as I reached for it. I knew before answering what I would hear, but I answered anyway. The static, the screams. But this time I swear it was louder, more desperate. I threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall and fell to the floor, but it kept making that sound until the call ended a minute later. I sat on my bed, shaking, tears running down my face. How was this happening? How did they get my new number? The next morning I did something I'd been too scared to try before. I used an online service to trace the number. It took some time, but I got a hit. The call came from a landline registered to someone named Gerald Hoffman in a suburb about 20 miles away. I wrote down the address and debated what to do. Going to the police seemed pointless. What would I say? That I'm getting scary phone calls? They'd laugh me out. So I drove there instead. It was a small house in an older neighborhood, an American flag hung by the door, and the yard was well kept. Not exactly the house of horrors I was expecting. I sat in my car for almost an hour, working up the courage to knock on the door. Finally, I did. An elderly man answered, probably in his 80s. He looked harmless, confused by my presence. I fumbled through an explanation, trying not to sound crazy, but definitely sounding crazy. I showed him my phone with his number in my call log. "Young man, I've had this number for 42 years, he told me, genuinely bewildered. My wife and I go to bed at 9 every night. I take medication that knocks me right out. I haven't made a phone call after 10 p.m. in decades." I believed him. The confusion on his face was too real to be an act. He even invited me in to check his phone, an old corded model that looked like it had been there since the 80s. His wife offered me coffee, concerned about how pale I looked. As I drove home, a new level of fear settled over me. If it wasn't this innocent old man making the calls, then who or what was it? The calls continued every night. I started sleeping at friends' places, making excuses about plumbing issues in my apartment. But no matter where I slept, at 2:33 my phone would ring. My friends thought it was weird, but assumed it was an aggressive ex or something. I stopped trying to explain. 2 months in, I was at my breaking point. I'd started seeing a therapist who suggested it might be stress-induced paranoia. She recommended sleep medication and reducing screen time. I didn't tell her that I'd already tried sleeping pills, which just left me groggy when the calls woke me up anyway. I made a drastic decision. I terminated my contract with my provider, paying the hefty cancellation fee, and switched to a completely different company. New SIM card, new number, new everything. I even bought a different model of phone, convinced somehow my device was the problem. For 3 blissful nights, nothing. I started to believe it was over. On the 4th night, I actually woke up at 2:33 on my own and stared at my phone, holding my breath. It didn't ring. I nearly cried with relief. Then, on the 5th night, it happened again. Same time, same sound. But this time, I thought I heard words buried in the static, a voice repeating something I couldn't quite make out. I recorded it using another device I'd set up nearby, hoping to analyze it later. The recording was mostly static, but when I listened with headphones at maximum volume, I could make out what sounded like "help" repeated faintly in the background. That's when I really started losing it. I traced this new number too. This time, it led to an apartment building downtown. The resident was a 20-something woman who had no idea what I was talking about. She showed me her call log to prove she hadn't called me. She seemed genuinely concerned for my mental state, and honestly, I was too. My work performance had completely tanked by this point. My boss called me in for a serious talk, saying customers had complained about my irritability and mistakes. I promised to do better, but we both knew I was falling apart. 2 weeks later, I was let go. With no income, I couldn't pay my phone bill. My service was disconnected about a month later. I felt oddly relieved. Maybe this would finally end the calls. For 2 weeks, I experienced silence, real, uninterrupted sleep. I started applying for jobs again, thinking maybe I could get my life back on track. Then my mom called me on my landline one afternoon, sounding worried. "Andrew, did you call me last night?" she asked. My blood ran cold. "No, why?" "Someone called from your area at around 2:30 in the morning. I answered thinking it might be an emergency, but all I heard was this awful noise, like static with, I don't know, it sounded like screaming. I felt like I was going to throw up. I hadn't told my family about any of this, not wanting them to think I was losing my mind. But now it had followed me. reached out to my mother. That night, I stayed at my mum's house. Sure enough, at 2:33, her landline rang. We both stared at it, and I begged her not to answer. She didn't listen. As soon as she picked up, I could hear that familiar static even from across the room. She dropped the phone like it had burned her. We traced that number the next day. It came back as disconnected, a number no longer in service. That was somehow worse than the previous traces. How does a disconnected number make calls? After that night at my mom's, the calls stopped completely. No more 2:33 wake-up calls, no more static-filled screams. Nothing. It's been 4 months now of silence. I should be relieved, but I'm not. I'm still waiting, still expecting that ring in the dead of night. I keep my phone on silent during sleeping hours. I've seen 3 different therapists, none of whom have explanations that satisfy me. One suggested I visit a paranormal investigator, which I eventually did out of desperation. The investigator, a woman who's been studying unexplained phenomena for 20 years, had a theory that still keeps me up at night. She said sometimes entities from elsewhere try to communicate through electronic means. They don't understand how disturbing their attempts can be for us. She thinks whatever was trying to reach me eventually realized it was causing harm and stopped. But what was it trying to say? Was that help I heard real? Was someone or something actually trying to reach out for assistance? And why me? I've moved since then, changed my number again, got a new job. On the surface, things are normal, but I still wake up at exactly 2:33 every morning, holding my breath, waiting for a phone that no longer rings. I don't know if anyone here has experienced anything similar or has any explanations. I just needed to tell someone who might believe me. Because even now, I keep wondering if those calls will start again. Or worse, if whatever was calling will find another way to reach me. Story 12. I've debated for months whether to share this. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or the paranormal. At least I wasn't before all this happened. My husband Richard thinks I should talk about it, if only to process everything. So here goes. Last spring, our daughter Sophie was recovering from a particularly nasty flu. She's 3, full of energy and curiosity, but the illness had really knocked her down for almost 2 weeks. When she finally started feeling better, she was desperate to play outside. It was one of those perfect May afternoons, not too hot, slight breeze, birds singing. So I took her into our backyard while Richard was at work. We've got a modest house in a quiet neighborhood called Meadowvale. Nothing special, just a typical suburb with trimmed lawns and friendly neighbors who wave but mostly keep to themselves. Our backyard isn't huge, but it has a small playset with a slide that Sophie absolutely adores. I settled on the back steps with my coffee, watching her run around with the unbridled joy only toddlers seem capable of. After about 20 minutes of Sophie racing between the slide and the small sandbox, she suddenly stopped and walked toward me with this strange expression on her face. Not scared, just curious. "Mommy," she said, "can I play with the little girl on our slide?" I looked past her at the empty yard. The fence gates were closed. Our yard is completely enclosed, and I hadn't heard anyone come in. "What little girl, sweetie?" I asked, scanning the yard again. Sophie turned and pointed directly at the slide. "She is right over there on the slide, Mom. Can I play with her?" I felt that first prickle of unease crawl up my spine. I stood up to get a better look, but there was absolutely nobody there. "Honey, I don't see anyone on the slide. Are you playing pretend?" Sophie shook her head emphatically. "She is. She's on the slide and she's blue. Can I play with her?" Blue. That single word hit me like a bucket of ice water. I'm not sure why, but something about a blue girl made me instantly nauseous. My mind flashed to the bluish tint of something dead, though I tried to push that thought away immediately. "Blue? Like wearing blue clothes?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual while my heart hammered in my chest. Sophie shook her head again. No, Mommy, she's blue. All of her. Her skin and everything. I forced a smile that felt more like a grimace. You know what, sweetie? I think it's time for a snack. Let's go inside. Sophie started to protest, looking back at the slide longingly, but I was already on my feet and guiding her firmly toward the house. As we reached the back door, I glanced over my shoulder at the empty slide. For a split second, and I've never told anyone this but Richard, I thought I saw a shimmer in the air, like heat rising from pavement. But it was gone before I could focus on it. Inside, I distracted Sophie with apple slices and her favorite cartoon while I tried to calm down. Kids have imaginary friends all the time, right? This was probably just Sophie's imagination running wild after being cooped up for so long. But something about her description, the casual way she mentioned the girl was blue, wouldn't leave me alone. I'd just about convinced myself it was nothing when Sophie abandoned her snack and went to the back door. She stood on her tiptoes to look through the glass panel, pressing her tiny hands against it. Mommy, the little blue girl looks lonely. She wants me to come back outside. My mouth went dry. Sophie, honey, come away from the door. But she's sad, Mommy. She doesn't have anyone to play with. Who told you that? Did she tell you that? Sophie nodded, her eyes still fixed on whatever she thought she saw outside. She said she's been alone for a long, long time. I walked over and picked Sophie up, moving her away from the door. When I looked out, the yard was still empty, the slide motionless in the afternoon light. But unlike before, I now couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there watching us. When Richard got home, I told him everything while Sophie was napping. He suggested it was probably an imaginary friend, but agreed it was oddly specific. Neither of us are superstitious people. We're both pretty practical, but something about this felt different from normal childhood imagination. That night, after we put Sophie to bed, I found myself researching the history of our house and neighborhood on my laptop. We'd bought the house just over a year ago from an elderly couple who'd lived here for decades, but I knew nothing about the property before them. It took some digging through local historical society records online, but what I found made my blood run cold. 50 years ago, before our subdivision was built, this entire area had been rural farmland with a large pond right where our property now stands. In the summer of 1973, a 5-year-old girl named Emily Winters had drowned in that pond while her family was visiting relatives who owned the farm. According to the brief newspaper article, the little girl had wandered off unnoticed and fallen in. By the time they found her, it was too late. I sat there staring at the screen, the house suddenly too quiet around me. The pond had been filled in when they developed the neighborhood in the 1980s. Our backyard, Sophie's playground, was directly above where that little girl had died. I didn't tell Richard what I'd found until the next morning. He looked troubled but tried to be rational. "It's a sad coincidence, Em, but it doesn't mean anything," he said. "Sophie couldn't possibly know about that." "Then how do you explain the blue girl on the slide?" I countered. "The drowning victim would look blue." Richard didn't have an answer for that. Over the next few days, Sophie continued to mention the blue girl whenever she was near the backyard. She'd stand at the door and wave, or ask to go outside to play with her. One afternoon, I reluctantly allowed her outside again, watching like a hawk from just a few feet away. Sophie went straight to the slide and began chatting animatedly to thin air, occasionally pausing as though listening to responses I couldn't hear. "What's your friend saying?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "She says her name is Emily, and she lives under the ground," Sophie replied matter-of-factly. "She says this used to be all water." My skin erupted in goosebumps. I hadn't mentioned anything about the history to Sophie. There's no way she could have known about the pond or the girl's name. "Does Emily want anything from you, Sophie?" I asked cautiously. Sophie thought for a moment, tilting her head. She just wants to play. She says nobody can see her except kids like me. Then she frowned slightly. She says she's cold all the time. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to check on Sophie, half afraid I'd find her missing or talking to an empty corner of her room. Around 3 in the morning, I was sitting in the living room with all the lights on when Richard found me. "We need to do something," I told him. "I can't live like this." Richard suggested we speak to a therapist, but I was thinking of something else. The next day, while Sophie was at daycare, I contacted a local woman who advertised herself as a spiritual medium. I'm not proud of it. I've always scoffed at that kind of thing, but I was desperate. The medium, a middle-aged woman named Diane, with kind eyes and a practical demeanor, came to our house that same afternoon. She didn't fit my stereotype of a psychic. No flowing scarves or crystals, which made me feel marginally better about the $100 I was paying her. As soon as she stepped into our backyard, her expression changed. "There's definitely a presence here," she said quietly. "Young female energy. She's been here a very long time." I told her about the history of the property and Sophie's blue friend. Diane nodded, unsurprised. "Children are more perceptive to these things," she explained. "The spirit isn't malevolent. I don't sense any danger to your daughter, but she's attached to this place and probably just wants acknowledgement." Diane performed what she called a blessing on our property. She walked the perimeter of the yard, burning some kind of herb bundle and murmuring words I couldn't catch. At the spot where the slide stood, she paused longer, speaking in a gentle voice, as if addressing someone. "I've told her she's been seen and heard, but that she needs to move on," Diane told me afterward. "She may not leave immediately, but her presence should diminish over time." I wasn't entirely convinced this would work, but I thanked her and paid the fee. What else could I do? The strangest thing is, it seemed to help. Over the next few weeks, Sophie mentioned the blue girl less and less. She still occasionally waved at the slide or laughed at something unseen, but the constant requests to go play with her phantom friend tapered off. About a month after Diane's visit, I was gardening near the slide when Sophie came running over. "Mommy, Emily says goodbye," she announced. "She says she has to go swimming now, but she's not scared anymore." A cold shiver ran through me despite the warm sun. "Oh, where is she going swimming?" Sophie pointed upward vaguely. "In the sky. She says there's water there too, and it's warm." That was the last time Sophie mentioned Emily directly. Sometimes I still catch her looking at the slide with a thoughtful expression, and once or twice she's mentioned missing her blue friend. But the daily conversations have stopped. We considered moving after all this, but honestly, where would we go? There's history buried under every piece of land. At least here, we know what or who we're dealing with. Richard and I have come to an uneasy peace with the whole situation. We don't talk about it much anymore, though sometimes, when I'm alone in the yard, I find myself glancing at the slide, half expecting to see that shimmer in the air again. Sophie starts kindergarten this fall. She's excited about making new friends, and I wonder if she'll eventually forget about Emily entirely. Part of me hopes she does. What child needs the burden of seeing things others can't? But another part of me thinks that maybe Sophie brought some comfort to a lonely spirit. Maybe that little girl who died alone in the cold water of a pond 50 years ago just needed someone to finally see her. I still don't know what to believe about all this. I don't know if Sophie really saw a ghost or if some bizarre coincidences piled up to create this unsettling experience. What I do know is that my daughter spoke to someone named Emily who knew things she couldn't possibly have known, and now that presence seems to be gone. Sometimes at dusk, when the light hits our yard just right, I sit on those same back steps and watch the empty slide. I never see anything, but occasionally, very occasionally, I swear I can hear the faint sound of children's laughter when there's no one there. Story 13. I've never been able to explain what happened to me that morning in January, and I'm still not sure I want to. It's been 3 years now, but every time I walk by the Department of Literature building at Westbrook, I feel this strange prickling on the back of my neck. I've told a few people close to me what happened, but I've never shared the full story publicly until now. I was in the final year of my PhD program in comparative literature at Westbrook University. If you've ever done a doctorate, you know the drill. The endless research, the stacks of books, the pressure of deadlines, the constant feeling that you're not doing enough. I had developed this habit of arriving at the department building ridiculously early, usually around 5:30 in the morning, when the campus was still quiet and dark. It was the only time I could truly focus without distractions. This particular morning in January was bitterly cold. It had snowed the day before, and the campus pathways were still covered in that mix of slush and salt that seeps through your shoes no matter how waterproof they claim to be. I remember the squishing sound my boots made as I walked across the quad, my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The sky was still pitch black, with just a hint of dark blue beginning to appear on the horizon. The news about Jennifer Sullivan had hit our department like a ton of bricks just a week earlier. I still remember exactly where I was standing, by the departmental coffee machine, about to pour my third cup of the day, when Dr. Harmon, our department chair, gathered everyone to tell us what had happened. Jennifer had been killed by her boyfriend in South Carolina. The details were horrifying, and I won't repeat them here. Jennifer had been my reading instructor during my first year at Westbrook. She was working on her PhD then, just like I am now. She was the kind of teacher who made you feel like you were the only person in the room, even in a class of 30 students. She remembered everyone's name from day one. She had this way of asking questions that made you dig deeper, think harder, without ever making you feel stupid for not knowing something. Her short, dark hair was always a bit messy, like she had been so engrossed in a book that she'd forgotten to brush it. She wore these vintage-inspired dresses with cardigans, even in warm weather, and always had at least 3 different colored pens sticking out of her pockets. After finishing her PhD, she'd moved to South Carolina to lead a literacy program in an underfunded school district. That was so Jennifer, choosing to make a difference rather than chasing prestige or money. We'd stayed in touch through occasional emails, and the last time we'd corresponded was just 2 months ago when she'd sent me some resources for a paper I was working on. Her funeral had been held 3 days before that January morning. It felt surreal seeing so many familiar faces from the academic world gathered in the church, everyone in dark clothes, many openly weeping. A few of Jennifer's former students read passages from her favorite books. I couldn't bring myself to speak. What could I possibly say that would capture who she was? How she'd made me believe in my abilities when I was ready to quit the program. How she'd lent me books from her personal collection with little notes stuck between pages pointing out sections she thought would particularly resonate with me. The morning after the funeral, I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying memories of Jennifer, going back to our last conversation, wondering if there had been any signs of what was to come. That's why I was heading to the department building at 5:23 that morning. I checked my phone as I left my apartment. I remember the exact time because it later seemed important somehow. The Department of Literature building is this imposing Gothic structure from the 1920s with arched windows and stone carvings. It's beautiful during the day, but at that hour, with only a few security lights illuminating the facade, it looked more like something from a horror movie. I had my key card to get into the main entrance, and the security guard at the front desk barely looked up as I signed in. He was used to seeing me at odd hours. The graduate student offices are on the 3rd floor, at the end of a long corridor lined with professors' offices. The suite is designed like a fishbowl, a large outer room with windows looking into several smaller shared offices. To get in, you need to enter a key code on a pad next to the door, which unlocks the outer suite. The lights in the entire suite are motion activated, which means they turn on automatically when someone enters. As I approached the suite, I was fumbling in my bag for my chapstick when something made me look up. Through the glass panels in the door to the suite, I saw movement inside. A woman was walking between the desks in the outer room, heading toward one of the inner offices. I could only see her from behind, but I immediately recognized her short, dark hair, the slight hunch of her shoulders as she walked, and her distinctive gait. A bit hurried, like she was always late for something important. It was Jennifer. I was absolutely certain of it. My first thought wasn't fear or disbelief, but confusion. The motion sensor lights hadn't turned on. The suite was still dark, with just the emergency exit signs casting a faint green glow. Yet I could see her clearly, moving with purpose toward the inner office that had been hers when she was a graduate student here. I punched in my code with trembling fingers, fumbling twice before getting it right. The door clicked open, and I stepped inside. The lights immediately flickered to life, flooding the room with harsh fluorescent brightness. The suite was completely empty. "Jennifer!" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silent room. No response. I walked to the inner office where I'd seen her heading. Empty. I checked all the other inner offices, the small kitchen area, even the supply closet. Nothing. No one was there but me. I sat down heavily at my desk, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Had I imagined it? Was I so sleep-deprived that my mind was playing tricks on me? But it had seemed so real. Her walk, her hair, even the cardigan she was wearing. Dark blue, I realized now. All exactly as I remembered her. I tried to focus on the papers I'd brought with me, but I couldn't concentrate. My eyes kept darting to the spot where I'd seen Jennifer. The room felt different somehow, not threatening, but charged with a strange energy I couldn't explain. After about 20 minutes of pretending to work, I heard the sound of the outer door beeping as someone else entered their code. Dr. Elaine Matthews, who also liked to work early, came in carrying 2 coffee cups from the campus cafe that opened at 5:30. "Thought I might find you here," she said, placing one of the cups on my desk. "Couldn't sleep either?" I must have looked pretty shaken because her smile quickly faded. "Catherine, are you okay?" I don't know what made me tell her. Dr. Matthews was always the skeptical type, the professor who demanded empirical evidence for every claim. But something in her kind expression made me blurt it out. "I saw Jennifer," I said. "Just now, before the lights came on. She was walking right there." I pointed to the spot. Dr. Matthews didn't laugh or dismiss me. She sat down slowly in the chair across from my desk. "Tell me exactly what you saw," she said quietly. I described everything. The dark hair, the blue cardigan, the way Jennifer walked, how she'd been heading toward her old office. As I spoke, Dr. Matthews's expression changed from concern to something I couldn't quite read. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "The blue cardigan. Was it the one with wooden buttons?" I nodded, surprised she knew this detail. "Jennifer wore that to her defense," Dr. Matthews said. "Said it was her lucky charm." She took a deep breath. "Catherine, I don't know what to make of what you saw, but I believe that you saw something." She then told me something that made my skin crawl. 2 days ago, Dr. Harmon had been working late in his office across the hall from our suite. He'd told Dr. Matthews that he had looked up to see Jennifer walking past his door, but when he called out and went to look, there was no one there. He'd been too embarrassed to mention it to anyone else, afraid people would think grief was making him hallucinate. "Maybe she's saying goodbye to the places and people that mattered to her," Dr. Matthews suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. The rest of that day passed in a blur. I went through the motions of my usual routine, attended a seminar, met with my advisor, worked on my dissertation chapter. but my mind kept returning to what I'd seen that morning. By afternoon, I'd almost convinced myself it had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination brought on by grief and lack of sleep. But then more stories started emerging. At the departmental meeting that week, Dr. Harmon shared his experience, prompted by Dr. Matthews. And once he opened the door, others spoke up too. Sandra from the administrative office had heard someone typing in Jennifer's old office late one evening when the suite should have been empty. Jeff, a second-year PhD student, had been alone in the building late at night and heard a woman's laughter that sounded exactly like Jennifer's coming from the empty seminar room. Most strikingly, Vivian, the custodian who had cleaned the building for 23 years and claimed to have seen other unexplainable things in that old building, described seeing a young woman with short dark hair sitting at a desk in our suite at 4 in the morning, only to disappear when Vivian went to investigate. None of us were the type to believe in ghosts or supernatural phenomena. We were academics, trained to question, to seek rational explanations. And yet, there was a collective sense that something unexplainable had happened. Jennifer had been such a vibrant presence, so full of life and passion, that it seemed impossible for all that energy to simply vanish. In the weeks that followed, the sightings became less frequent. The last one I heard about was nearly a month after my experience, when a first-year student claimed to have seen a woman matching Jennifer's description standing by the departmental bulletin board, looking at the announcements. I never saw her again myself, but sometimes when I'm alone in the building early in the morning or late at night, I feel a presence that I can't explain. It's not frightening, more comforting, like someone familiar is nearby. I don't know what I believe about what happens after we die. Before that morning, I would have said nothing, that our consciousness simply ends, and that's it. Now I'm not so sure. What I saw wasn't threatening or ominous. If anything, it felt like Jennifer was checking in on the place where she'd spent so much of her life, where she'd formed connections and relationships that mattered to her. Sometimes I wonder if she was trying to tell me something specific, if there was a reason she appeared to me that morning. Was there something she wanted me to know? Some message she wanted to convey? Or was it simply that in places where we've invested so much of ourselves, some essence of who we are remains? I still work early mornings in that same office suite. Sometimes I find myself looking up from my work, half expecting to see her walking between the desks. I never have. But I talk to her sometimes, quietly, when no one else is around. I tell her about my progress, about the department gossip, about the books I'm reading that I think she would love. I don't know if she can hear me. I don't know if what I saw that morning was real in any conventional sense of the word. But I know what I saw, and I know that others saw her too. In a strange way, these experiences have given many of us in the department a sense of peace about her death. Not because they explain anything about the tragedy of what happened to her, but because they remind us that the connections we form with others don't simply disappear when someone dies. Jennifer changed my life as a teacher and mentor. She believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. She pushed me to think more deeply, to question my assumptions, to find my own voice as a scholar. In that sense, she's still here in the work I do, in the way I approach teaching, in the scholar I am becoming. Maybe that's the real ghost story. Not that we sometimes glimpse those who have died, but that they remain with us in ways we can't fully articulate or understand. That the people who touch our lives continue to shape us long after they're gone. I still can't explain what I saw that morning in January. I probably never will, but whatever it was, I'm grateful for it. In a moment when many of us were drowning in grief, it offered a strange kind of comfort, a reminder that perhaps the connections we form in life are more enduring than we know. Story 14. I used to work as a night baker at this restaurant on the Oregon coast called the Lighthouse. It was this old building, been standing for over 35 years. Nothing special to look at, but it had become kind of an institution in our small town. I took the night shift because the pay was better, 8:30 p.m. until 3 in the morning. It worked for me because I've always been a night owl, and I liked the solitude. The first couple months were totally normal. My co-workers would head out around 10 p.m. most nights, leaving me alone until the morning crew came in around 5. I didn't mind. I just put on my headphones, prepped the bread and pastries for the next day, and time would fly by. I never felt uncomfortable or anything. It was just a job. The first weird thing happened about 3 months in. It was around midnight and I decided to take a quick coffee break. The baking area is in the back, and I had to walk through the kitchen and into the dining area to use the espresso machine. As I was walking through the empty dining room, I heard this faint whistling. It was this slow, kind of mournful tune I didn't recognize. I stopped walking, and the whistling stopped too. I figured maybe it was just the wind outside or something, so I made my coffee and headed back to work. But as soon as I turned my back to leave the dining room, the whistling started again, louder this time. I spun around fast, but there was nobody there, just empty tables and chairs. I'm not ashamed to admit it freaked me out a bit, but I told myself it was probably just the old building settling or the wind in the vents. The next night, I mentioned it to Marco, our dishwasher, who usually stayed until 11 or so. He got this weird look on his face and asked, "You heard it too?" He told me he'd heard the same whistling several times when he was alone in the kitchen. He was convinced the building was haunted, but I laughed it off. I've never been one to believe in that stuff. About a week later, I was grabbing some butter from the walk-in cooler, which is basically this big refrigerated room in the back of the kitchen. I went in, found what I needed, and turned around to leave when the heavy metal door slammed shut behind me. These doors have handles on both sides, so I wasn't worried at first. I pulled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder. Nothing. I started to panic a little because it was freezing in there. I banged on the door and yelled for help, but it was past midnight and I knew nobody was around. The walls of that thing are thick. They have to be to keep the cold in. I was stuck in there for what felt like forever, probably about 10 minutes, before Marco finally heard me and opened the door from the outside. I was shivering and freaked out, convinced someone was messing with me. "Did you see anyone near the cooler?" I asked him. Marco just shook his head, looking as confused as I felt. "Dude, I was all the way across the restaurant. I only heard you because I came back to grab my phone." The next day, I told my manager what happened. She checked the security footage, and that's when things got really weird. The camera showed me walking into the cooler, and then about 30 seconds later, the door slowly closed by itself. There was nobody anywhere near it. The footage clearly showed the handle turning from the outside before the door slammed shut, but nobody was there. My manager tried to play it off. "Must be a draft," she said. "These old buildings, you know. I'll have maintenance check it out." But I could tell she was unsettled too. The maintenance guy came the next day and found nothing wrong with the door. For a couple weeks after that, nothing happened. I started to think maybe it was just some weird fluke, or maybe I was losing it from working so many night shifts. But then came the night that really messed me up. It was around midnight. I was kneading dough for the morning bread when I heard this tremendous crash that shook the whole building. The lights flickered for a second, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. My first thought was that someone had driven into the building or something. I ran out to the dining room and stopped dead in my tracks. All the chairs, which had been placed upside down on the tables after Marco mopped before leaving, were scattered across the floor. Some were broken, like they'd been thrown with force. And as I stood there trying to process what I was seeing, the whistling started again. It was louder than before, and it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely use my phone. But I managed to call my manager, Diane. She lived nearby and said she'd be right over. While I waited, I stood in the kitchen, afraid to go back into the dining room. I kept hearing little noises, scrapes and taps, like someone was moving around out there. When Diane arrived 15 minutes later, she found me sitting on a flour sack in the kitchen, as far from the dining room as I could get. She went to check out the mess and called me in. "Noah, come look at this," she said, her voice unsteady. The dining room was a disaster. Chairs everywhere, some broken into pieces. One table was even flipped on its side. Diane immediately went to check the security footage. We watched in silence as the camera showed the empty dining room, chairs still on the tables. Then, at exactly 12:02 a.m., the lights flickered just like I'd seen, and all the chairs simultaneously flew off the tables like they'd been yanked by invisible hands. Some hit the walls, others crashed into each other. The footage was crystal clear. There was nobody in that room. Nothing to explain what we were seeing. Diane turned to me, her face pale. "I don't understand," she whispered. "This isn't possible." She offered to stay with me until my shift ended or even close the place for the night, but I stupidly said I'd be fine. Pride, I guess. I didn't want to seem scared, even though I was terrified. So she helped me clean up the mess and left around 1:30, promising to have someone come in early to help me finish my shift the next night. That's when the worst thing happened. Around 2:30, I needed to use the restroom. The employee bathroom is down this short hallway past the office. I went in, locked the door behind me, and was washing my hands when I heard what sounded like whispering right outside the door. At first, I thought maybe Diane had come back and brought someone with her, but then I realized the whispers didn't sound like any language I recognized. It was just this hushed, urgent sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. Then there was a light knocking. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, water still running over my hands. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" The whispering stopped. Then a voice, this horrible, raspy voice, whispered back, "Hello. I know you're in there." The bathroom door handle started jiggling violently, like someone was trying to force their way in. I backed up against the far wall, completely terrified. The jiggling got more aggressive, and I could hear the wood of the door creaking under pressure. And then everything went silent, completely silent. Even the usual hum of the ventilation system seemed to stop. I stood there, barely breathing, for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds. Then the door flew open with such force it slammed against the wall, the lock completely broken. But there was nobody there, just the empty hallway. I ran. I didn't even grab my phone or my jacket. I just ran through the kitchen toward the back exit. As I passed through the dining room, I saw that it was in complete chaos again. Chairs were flung around, tables overturned, and coffee cups that had been stacked neatly on the counter were now shattered all over the floor. I made it to my car and drove straight to Diane's house. I was shaking so badly I could barely steer. When I got there around 3 a.m., I must have looked like a madman, pounding on her door in my flour-covered apron, no jacket in the cold Oregon night. Diane called the police, who went to check out the restaurant. They found the place exactly as I'd described. Complete chaos, bathroom door broken. But of course, they found no intruders, no sign of forced entry, nothing that could explain what happened. The next day, Diane and I reviewed the security footage again. The cameras showed me entering the bathroom. Then, about 3 minutes later, the camera filming the hallway caught what looked like a dark, cloud-like figure hovering outside the bathroom door. It moved in a way that wasn't natural, not like a person or an animal, but somehow fluid and jerky at the same time. Right before the door burst open, the footage cut to static. When it came back a few seconds later, I could be seen running through the hallway, and the dining room camera showed the destruction. I took paid leave after that. Diane didn't even question it. She'd seen the footage. They brought in all kinds of experts, electricians, structural engineers, even a paranormal investigator that the owner's wife insisted on. They found nothing concrete, just unexplainable anomalies in the electromagnetic field, or some bullshit like that. I never went back to work there. Some things just aren't worth the paycheck, you know. Last I heard, they've had trouble keeping night staff ever since. 3 different bakers have quit within weeks of starting. Sometimes I drive by the lighthouse on my way to my new day job, and I swear I can still hear that whistling in my head. I don't know what was in that building, but I know what I experienced, and no logical explanation has ever made sense of it. I still have nightmares about being trapped in that cooler, or about that voice outside the bathroom door. I know you're in there. I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something followed me home from that place. I don't think I'll ever understand what happened in that restaurant. All I know is that some places have something dark in them that can't be explained away, and no job is worth facing that kind of terror night after night. Story 15. I never believed in ghosts, like at all. Anyone who claimed they'd seen one got an immediate eye roll from me. I used to think people who believed in that stuff were, well, not exactly the brightest bulbs. I'd go as far as calling them intellectually challenged when talking to my friends. We'd laugh about ghost hunting shows and how people could be so gullible. That was before I took the night janitor position at St. Mary's Church in Riverdale. I needed the money. My day job at the hardware store wasn't cutting it with rent going up, and St. Mary's offered decent pay for simple work. Empty the trash cans, vacuum the carpets, clean the bathrooms, mop the floors, basic janitorial stuff. The catch was that it had to be done at night after church activities ended, usually starting around 9 p.m. I didn't mind. I've always been a night owl anyway. The first few weeks were completely normal. I'd show up, unlock the side door with my key, grab my cart from the maintenance closet and get to work. The church was old, built in the 1890s, but well maintained. High ceilings, beautiful stained glass, wooden pews that I had to dust regularly. It was peaceful at night. I'd plug in my earbuds, listen to podcasts, and knock out my tasks. I even started using the quiet time to study. I was taking online classes, trying to get my business degree. Sometimes I'd finish early and sit in one of the front rooms, a small meeting space with a table and chairs, and read through my textbooks. That's where it happened first. It was about a month into the job. I was sitting at the table, highlighting passages in my economics textbook, completely focused. Then I heard it, a whisper, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. I pulled out my earbuds and listened. Nothing at first, then it came again. A whisper, but not in any language I recognized. It was like syllables that almost made sense, but didn't quite form words. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed back at me. I figured maybe it was the pastor, or someone who had returned for something they forgot. I got up and checked the hallway. Empty. When I returned to the room, the whispering started again, louder this time. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I packed up my stuff quickly, deciding I was just tired and hearing things, but as I headed toward the door, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. I couldn't understand them, but they felt urgent somehow. By the time I reached the hall, they were so loud I was looking around frantically for speakers or some explanation. I practically ran to my car that night. Told myself I was being stupid, that old buildings make noises, that it was just the heating system or something. But deep down, I knew heating systems don't whisper in unknown languages. I almost quit the next day. But I really needed the money, and in the light of day, it was easy to rationalize what happened. I decided to stick it out, just avoid studying late in that particular room. For about 2 weeks, nothing unusual happened. I started to relax again, even laughed at myself for getting so spooked. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Thursday in November, cold with an early snowfall. I remember because I was annoyed about having to shovel my car out before coming to work. I was vacuuming the main sanctuary around 11:30 p.m. My phone was at about 15% battery, and it kept giving me those annoying low battery warnings. I was planning to plug it in once I finished the sanctuary. I was about halfway done when my phone rang. This was weird because A, Almost no one calls me that late. And B, the reception inside the church was always terrible. I pulled out my phone and froze. The caller ID showed the church's main number, the same church I was standing in, alone. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the phone. I hit decline, and the screen immediately went black. Dead battery, I thought, except that it had just shown 15%, and the phone doesn't usually die that abruptly. I tried turning it back on, but nothing happened. That's when I heard it. The main entrance door to the sanctuary opening, with its distinctive creak. I looked up, expecting to see someone, but the door was still closed, yet I had clearly, unmistakably heard it open. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. No response. I decided right then I was done for the night. Screw the vacuuming, screw the job if it came to that. I unplugged the vacuum and started walking quickly toward the side exit. As I passed the baptismal font, all the hair on my arms stood up. The air turned ice cold, so cold I could see my breath, which made no sense because the heating system was running. I started running. I don't care how childish it sounds. I ran like hell toward that exit. As I approached the door, I heard it open, the same distinctive sound of the hinges I'd grown familiar with over the past months. But again, the door remained shut in front of me. I grabbed the handle, yanked it open, and practically fell outside. I fumbled with my keys, got into my car, and chain-smoked 14 cigarettes on the 10-minute drive home. I counted them the next morning when I saw the ashtray. 14, and I normally smoke maybe 5 a day. I called in sick the next day. Couldn't face going back yet, but I also couldn't afford to lose the job. Over the weekend, I convinced myself that I'd overreacted. Old buildings settle. Phone glitches happen. Stress can make you imagine things. I returned on Monday, but now I kept my cleaning cart between me and the rest of the room like some kind of barrier. That's when I started asking questions. Casual at first, just chatting with the church secretary when I'd arrive for my shift. "Ever notice anything strange around here at night?" Her response floored me. Instead of the denial or confusion I expected, she said, "Oh, you've met our residents, have you?" Then she told me every single employee who'd been there longer than a few months had experienced something unexplainable. The administrative assistant, Karen, told me about working late one evening. She was alone, catching up on some filing, when an elderly woman appeared in the doorway of her office. "Karen, dear," the woman had said, "will you be attending service this Sunday? Pastor Williams is doing a special sermon." Karen recognized her as Mabel Johnson, a longtime parishioner in her 80s. Karen told her yes, she'd be there, and Mabel smiled and walked away down the hall. Karen followed a moment later to ask if Mabel needed a ride home, concerned about her walking alone at night. But when she got to the hallway, Mabel was nowhere to be seen. Karen walked upstairs, thinking maybe Mabel had gone to the bathroom, but the entire building was empty. The next day, Karen mentioned to the pastor that she'd seen Mabel the previous night. The pastor looked at her strangely and said, "Karen, Mabel Johnson passed away last week. We held her funeral here 3 days ago." I heard story after story. The youth pastor who heard children laughing in the empty Sunday school rooms. The maintenance guy before me who saw a man in old-fashioned clothes kneeling at the altar at midnight. The organist who swore someone invisible sat next to her during practice, turning her sheet music pages. I thought about quitting every day for the next couple of weeks. But something strange happened. I started getting used to it. Don't get me wrong, I was still terrified whenever something unexplainable occurred. But I developed routines. I stopped working with earbuds in so I could hear if anything approached. I avoided the chapel after midnight. I started saying a quick prayer before entering rooms that had particularly high activity. And I realized something. In all these encounters, nothing had actually tried to harm anyone. It was scary, yes, but never malevolent. The pastor, when I finally got the courage to talk to him directly, wasn't surprised either. This building has housed the prayers, grief, joy and faith of thousands of people for over 120 years, he told me. Some of that energy remains. They're not here to harm, Jackson. They're just still connected to a place that meant everything to them. I'm not saying I completely bought into this explanation, but it helped. I stopped running from the building every time I heard a whisper. Sometimes I'd even acknowledge them with a quiet evening when I entered a room and felt that distinctive cold spot. The event that finally convinced me these weren't just random occurrences happened about 6 months into the job. I was cleaning the stained glass windows in the sanctuary, up on a ladder. It was tedious work, and I was rushing a bit because I wanted to finish early. I leaned too far trying to reach a spot, and the ladder tipped. I remember falling, thinking this was going to hurt like hell, maybe even send me to the hospital. But instead of crashing onto the hard floor, I felt what seemed like hands catching me, slowing my fall. I landed far more gently than physics should have allowed, with just a mild bruise rather than a broken bone or worse. There was no one else in the building, no explanation for what had caught me. After that, I developed a strange sort of truce with whatever or whoever shares St. Mary's with me. I'm still not entirely comfortable. I doubt I ever will be. But I've accepted that we coexist in that space. I maintain my routines and boundaries. I don't study in the church anymore. I always keep a flashlight and spare batteries. My phone stays fully charged. The phone incident remains the most disturbing to me. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a crossed line. Maybe someone did call the church and somehow it registered as if it was calling itself. But deep down, I know there's no logical explanation. Sometimes I still think about who or what was trying to call me that night, and what they might have said if I'd answered. It's been 2 years now. I'm still the night janitor at St. Mary's. The strange occurrences continue, though less frequently now. Or maybe I've just gotten better at anticipating and avoiding them. I've learned which areas are more active at different times of night. The meeting room, where I first heard the whispers, is always busy around 10 p.m. The sanctuary gets active after midnight. The basement is a no-go zone after 11. Sometimes new employees or volunteers ask me how I can work there alone at night. I usually just shrug and say it's peaceful. If they stick around long enough, they'll find out for themselves. And if they come to me wide-eyed after hearing footsteps in an empty hallway or feeling a cold hand brush against their shoulder, I don't mock them like I would have before. I just tell them what the pastor told me. They're not here to harm, just to remain connected to a place that meant everything to them. I still can't explain what happened, what continues to happen at St. Mary's. But I no longer need to. Some things exist beyond explanation, beyond our understanding. And sometimes the most powerful discoveries come not from proving what exists, but from admitting what we can't explain. The former skeptic in me would be ashamed. The person I am now just clocks in each night, greets the empty building with a respectful nod, and goes about his business, careful to never vacuum over the spot near the baptismal font where the temperature always drops 10 degrees, no matter how hot the summer night. Story 16. I started working as a janitor at Lakeside Community Center in Millfield about 5 years ago. It's usually a pretty straightforward job. Clean the bathrooms, mop the floors, take out the trash, that kind of stuff. The center closes to the public at 5 in the evening, and most of the staff leave around then too. I'm usually there until about 7 or 8, sometimes later, if there's a big event cleanup. I've always been the type of person who doesn't really believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I was raised to be practical, to find logical explanations for things. But working evening shifts at the community center has seriously made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. Last Tuesday started like any normal day. I arrived for my shift at noon, did some basic maintenance during open hours, and waited for the building to clear out so I could do the deep cleaning. Around 5 in the evening, the last of the staff were packing up to head home. Carla from the front desk waved goodbye, and Mark from the fitness area nodded at me as they walked out the main doors. It's usually pretty quiet after they leave, just me and my cleaning cart. I decided to start by changing the trash in the lobby before tackling the rest of the building. The lobby has these big windows facing the parking lot and some comfortable chairs where people wait for their rides or just rest between activities. As I was wheeling my cart toward the entrance, I noticed a young woman sitting in one of those chairs, scrolling through her phone. She looked to be in her 20s with long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. She had on a green jacket and jeans. Nothing unusual about her, just someone probably waiting for a pickup. We make eye contact, and I give her a polite nod and smile. She returns the gesture and goes back to her phone. Totally normal interaction. The trash can out front was getting pretty full. People tend to toss coffee cups and food wrappers there on their way in. I stepped outside through the glass doors to empty it, which put me maybe 15 feet from the entrance. From where I was standing, I could clearly see through the windows back into the lobby and the doors themselves. The entire area was within my field of vision the whole time. Emptying the trash took maybe 20 seconds tops. No one entered or exited the building during that time. I would have seen them. The doors are heavy and make this distinctive sound when they open. A kind of whooshing followed by a click as they close. Plus, I was literally standing right there facing them. I secured the new trash bag, put the lid back on, and headed back inside. That's when things got weird. Really weird. As I walked back into the lobby, my eyes went to where the woman had been sitting. Someone was still there, but it wasn't the same person. This woman had short blonde hair cut in a bob, wearing a red sweater and black pants. She looked around 30, completely different from the dark-haired woman who had been there less than a minute ago. I stopped in my tracks and looked around, thinking maybe the first woman had moved to another chair, but the lobby was otherwise empty. I felt this cold sensation crawl up my spine. It made absolutely no sense. There was no way the first woman could have left without me seeing her, and no way this new woman could have entered without me noticing. I must have been staring because the blonde woman looked up at me with a questioning expression. I tried to sound casual when I asked, "Excuse me, did you see another woman when you came in? Someone with dark hair in a ponytail?" The woman's expression changed to concern. "No," she said, shaking her head. "I didn't see anyone else. I came in right behind you when you walked out to the trash." That was impossible. Absolutely impossible. I would have seen her. She would have had to walk right past me to get to that chair. There's no other entrance to the lobby except through the main doors where I was standing. "Are you sure?" I pressed, trying to keep my voice steady. A young woman, maybe in her 20s. She was sitting right where you are now, just a minute ago. The woman's face visibly paled. She clutched her purse tighter and glanced around nervously. No, there was definitely no one here when I came in. I would have noticed. The lobby was empty. I felt my heart start to pound. Something was very wrong here. Either I was losing my mind or something impossible had just happened. "How long have you been sitting there?" I asked. "Just a couple minutes," she replied. "I'm waiting for my husband to pick me up." She was looking at me like I might be dangerous, and I realized I was probably freaking her out with my questions. I apologized and went back to my cart, but I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness. I kept glancing back at the blonde woman, half expecting her to transform into someone else right before my eyes. About 10 minutes later, a car pulled up, and she hurried out to meet her ride. She gave me one last, nervous glance before leaving. Once she was gone, I searched the entire building, every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. The dark-haired woman was nowhere to be found. She had vanished into thin air. This wasn't the first weird thing I'd experienced at the community center, but it was definitely the most unsettling. Over the years, I've had plenty of strange encounters that I couldn't explain, like the time I was cleaning the multi-purpose room late at night with my headphones in, and I clearly heard someone call my name, not through the music, but directly in my ear, as if someone was standing right next to me. When I spun around, the room was completely empty. Or the countless times when lights would turn on in rooms I'd just switched off, or turn off in rooms I was about to enter. At first I chalked it up to faulty wiring or forgetfulness on my part, but it happened too frequently to be coincidence. Then there are the objects that move. I'll place my cleaning supplies on a table, turn around to grab something else, and when I look back, they've shifted position or fallen to the floor. No drafts, no open windows, no explanation. After the incident with the vanishing woman, I decided to ask some of the other staff if they'd had similar experiences. I was hesitant at first. I didn't want people thinking I was losing it. But curiosity got the better of me. Turns out I wasn't the only one, especially among the staff who'd been there the longest. Sarah, who teaches senior yoga classes and has worked at the center for 15 years, told me she refuses to go into the storage room by the east hallway alone. She said she always feels like someone is watching her there, breathing down her neck. The swimming instructor mentioned hearing splashing in the pool after hours when the area was locked and empty. Even Mark, who I always thought was too no-nonsense for ghost stories, admitted that he sometimes hears children laughing in the gymnasium when it's completely vacant. He said it sounds like a group of kids playing, but every time he checks, there's never anyone there. Curious about the building's history, I decided to do some digging. I'm not usually the research type, but this had gone beyond mere curiosity. I needed answers. The local library had some old newspapers and records about Millfield, and what I found sent shivers down my spine. The community center was built in 1978, but before that, the land had been the site of a schoolhouse. Not just any schoolhouse, but one that had burned down in 1897. According to the newspaper accounts, the fire started in the middle of a school day. Most of the children and teachers managed to escape, but 7 people, 5 children and 2 teachers, couldn't get out in time. The article described how one of the teachers, a young woman named Elizabeth Harmon, had gone back into the burning building to save more children after getting her class out safely. She never re-emerged. They found her body in what had been the main entrance hall, with the body of a small child in her arms. She had apparently been trying to carry the child to safety when they were overcome by smoke. The description of Elizabeth Harmon hit me like a punch to the gut. Young woman, dark hair, often worn in a ponytail. The newspaper had a grainy photo of her standing with her class. She was wearing a high-neck dress, as was the style back then, but something about her face, her eyes, it was hauntingly familiar. I'm not saying the woman I saw in the lobby was the ghost of Elizabeth Harmon. That would be crazy, right? But the coincidence is hard to ignore. The next day at work, I kept expecting something else strange to happen, but it was unusually quiet. Too quiet almost, like the building was holding its breath. I found myself jumping at every creak and groan of the old structure, half expecting to see that dark-haired woman watching me from the shadows. Around 6 that evening, I was mopping the hallway near the east storage room. Yes, the same one Sarah refuses to enter alone, when I felt it. A sudden drop in temperature, so sharp and localized it was like walking into a freezer. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I got that feeling of being watched, the sensation of eyes boring into my back. I turned slowly, expecting to see someone, or something, behind me. The hallway was empty, but the door to the storage room was now ajar. I was positive it had been closed moments before. Against my better judgment, I approached the door. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the empty corridor. "Is someone there?" No answer, just the soft hum of the building's heating system kicking on. I pushed the door open wider with my mop handle, no way was I using my hand, and peered inside. The room was dark, except for the light spilling in from the hallway. Shadows stretched across boxes of sports equipment and folded tables. Something moved in the far corner. Not a person, but a small rubber ball that rolled across the floor as if someone had just given it a gentle push. It came to rest at my feet. A red rubber ball, the kind elementary school kids use for dodgeball or foursquare. I backed away, not running, but definitely moving faster than a casual walk. I didn't go back to that storage room for the rest of my shift. When I got home that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that woman's face, the dark-haired one who disappeared, wondering if she was trying to communicate something. Was she Elizabeth Harmon? Was she one of the children who died? Or was she something else entirely? The next day was my day off, and I found myself driving back to the library. The elderly librarian, Mrs. Patel, recognized me from the day before and helped me find more information about the schoolhouse fire. She seemed genuinely interested in my research, though I was careful not to mention why I was looking into it. "You know," she said as she handed me another folder of newspaper clippings, "my grandmother used to tell stories about that old school. She was a young girl when it burned down, though she attended a different school across town. She said for years afterward, people reported seeing children playing on the empty lot where the school had stood, even though there was nothing there but charred ruins." I nodded, trying to appear merely academically interested rather than personally invested. "Did she ever mention a teacher? A woman named Elizabeth Harmon?" Mrs. Patel's eyes widened slightly. "Yes, in fact, the story of Miss Harmon was something of a local legend. They say she was engaged to be married that summer, but she gave her life trying to save her students." She lowered her voice. "My grandmother claimed that sometimes, in the evenings, people would see Miss Harmon standing at what would have been the entrance of the school, as if she was still watching over her children, making sure they got home safely. I felt that same cold sensation creep up my spine, and this was exactly where the community center stands now." She nodded. "The main entrance of the center is approximately where the school's front door would have been. When I returned to work 2 days later, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. Not in a threatening way, but like someone was keeping tabs on me. I found myself talking out loud sometimes, explaining what I was doing as I moved through my cleaning routine. "Just emptying the trash now, nothing to worry about. Going to mop this floor, so be careful if you're walking around invisibly." I felt ridiculous, but also strangely comforted by it. As I was preparing to lock up that evening, I had to check all the rooms one final time to make sure no one was still in the building. The lobby was my last stop before heading out. The chairs were empty, the lights dimmed. I was fishing for my keys when I heard it, the soft sound of someone humming. A woman's voice, gentle and melodic, humming what sounded like an old lullaby. I froze, keys in hand, and slowly turned around. There she was, sitting in that same chair, the dark-haired woman in the green jacket. She wasn't looking at me this time, but gazing out the windows at the darkening parking lot, still humming that haunting tune. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She turned to look at me, and for a moment, just a moment, her face seemed to shift. Like a television with poor reception, her features blurred and refocused. For a split second, I could have sworn I was looking at a woman in old-fashioned clothes, her hair pulled back severely, her eyes sad but kind. Then she was gone. Not running away, not walking out the door, simply gone, as if she'd never been there at all. The only evidence of her presence was the lingering echo of that lullaby, growing fainter until it dissolved into silence. I stood there for what felt like hours, though my watch told me it was only a few minutes. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely lock the door. As I walked to my car, I glanced back at the community center, half expecting to see a face watching me from the darkened windows. There wasn't anyone there, at least no one I could see. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Elizabeth Harmon was still at her post, watching over her domain, making sure everyone got home safely. I still work at the community center, still experience strange things almost daily. But now, instead of fear, I feel a kind of sad understanding. This place holds memories, holds souls, and sometimes, just sometimes, the veil between their world and ours grows thin enough that we catch glimpses of each other. I don't know what happened to that first woman I saw in the lobby. I don't know if she was Elizabeth Harmon or someone else entirely. I don't know how she disappeared so completely while I was literally watching the only exit. And I definitely can't explain how another person appeared in her place without me seeing them enter. All I know is that some things can't be explained by logic or reason. Some experiences defy our understanding of reality. And the next time you're sitting in a public place and get that feeling of being watched, or notice someone who seems slightly out of place, pay attention. They might not be as present as they appear to be. Story 17. It started 3 nights after we brought Thomas home to our house in Pinegrove. I was completely exhausted from the delivery and adjusting to life with a newborn. My husband Rick had gone back to work, so I was handling the night feeds alone. Thomas had this habit of only settling when he was right next to me, so against all the safe sleep recommendations, I'd been letting him sleep beside me in our bed after his 2 a.m. feeding. That first night, I had finally gotten Thomas to drift off around 3:15 in the morning. I was lying on my side facing him, watching his tiny chest rise and fall when I felt it. There was this unmistakable sensation of something walking across my pillow behind my head. If you've ever owned a cat, you know exactly what I mean. That specific pressure pattern of 4 paws, making their way across a soft surface. The little dips in the pillow as each paw presses down and lifts again. My first thought was that one of our cats, Milo or Pepper, had somehow gotten into the bedroom. We'd been keeping the door closed specifically to keep them out with the new baby. I carefully rolled over, trying not to disturb Thomas, expecting to see one of our tabbies making themselves comfortable. Nothing was there. I checked the floor, looked under the bed, and even got up to verify that the bedroom door was still closed. It was. Both cats were safely outside the room. I could hear Milo meowing on the other side of the door when I approached it. I convinced myself I was just overtired and hallucinating from sleep deprivation. New mom stuff, right? But then it happened again 2 nights later. This time, Thomas was nursing, and I was half dozing while he fed. The feeling was even more pronounced, the distinct sensation of paws walking directly behind my head across the pillow. I could literally feel the mattress depress slightly with each step. I jolted fully awake, startling Thomas, who began to cry. Again, nothing was there. The door was still firmly shut. By the 3rd occurrence, 5 days later, I was beginning to freak out. This time, I was wide awake, scrolling through my phone while Thomas slept beside me. It was just after midnight, and Rick was snoring softly on the other side of the bed. I felt something jump onto the foot of the bed, that unmistakable thump sensation when a cat lands on your mattress. Then I felt it walk up toward me, stopping right by my knee. I froze completely. I could feel the weight of it resting against my leg through the blanket. A small, solid pressure, about the size of a cat sitting in a loaf position. My hand hovered in the air above the spot, trembling, afraid to touch whatever invisible thing was sitting there. After about 30 seconds of me barely breathing, the pressure disappeared. I shook Rick awake, in tears, but he didn't believe me. He checked the whole room and assured me it was just postpartum anxiety. But I knew what I felt. It wasn't in my head. The 4th time was the worst. Thomas was almost 3 weeks old, and I was changing his diaper on our bed around 9 p.m. As I was fastening the clean diaper, I felt something brush against my arm, like fur, and then the mattress depressed next to Thomas's head, as if something was leaning in to look at him. I snatched him up so fast and backed away from the bed, my heart pounding out of my chest. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat in the rocking chair in the nursery with Thomas in my arms, afraid to put him down. I was convinced something was visiting him, watching him, and I had no idea if it meant harm or not. I started researching paranormal phenomena on my phone, which only terrified me more. I didn't tell Rick the full extent of my fears. He was already worried about me not sleeping and thought I might be developing postpartum depression. Instead, I called my mum the next morning. She's always been more open to spiritual things, and instead of dismissing me, she suggested we move Thomas's baptism up. It had been scheduled for when he was 6 weeks old, but we changed it to that Sunday, when he'd be just over 3 weeks. The baptism itself was uneventful. Family gathered. Thomas cried when the water touched him. People took pictures. We ate cake. Nothing special. But that night, as I put Thomas down in his bassinet, I felt different, more secure somehow. I slept in our bed for the first time in days, though I still kept waking to check on him. Nothing happened that night, or the next, or the one after that. The phantom cat visits stopped completely after the baptism. It was like flipping a switch. One day they were happening, and the next, nothing. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence, and that's what scared me most. If it had been a random haunting or my imagination, why would it stop precisely after a religious ceremony? I started to wonder if what I'd been experiencing wasn't the ghost of a cat at all, but something else entirely. Something that was deterred by the blessing Thomas had received. The thought kept me up at night for weeks afterward. About 4 months later, I mustered up the courage to ask our neighbors about the previous owners of our house. Rick and I had bought it just a year before Thomas was born, and we knew very little about its history. Mrs. Hendricks next door had lived in the neighborhood for decades and was more than happy to tell me about Mrs. Dora Wilkins, who had owned our house for almost 40 years before passing away. According to Mrs. Hendricks, Dora had been a bit of a recluse in her final years, especially after her husband died. She had cats, lots of them, Mrs. Hendricks told me over coffee. Must have been at least 8 or 9 by the end. The family had to find homes for them all after she passed. I felt a chill when she mentioned that. Do you know if anything happened to any of her cats? Like, did one die or disappear before she did? Mrs. Hendricks looked thoughtful. You know, now that you mention it, there was one she was particularly fond of, a black cat with white paws. I remember because she was beside herself when it went missing maybe a month before she died. Put up flyers and everything, which was unusual because she rarely left the house by then. Never did find that cat. I nodded, trying to seem casual while my skin crawled. Did Mrs. Wilkins have any unusual interests, hobbies, or beliefs? Mrs. Hendricks lowered her voice, even though it was just the two of us in her kitchen. Well, I don't like to speak ill of the dead, but there were rumors. After her husband passed, some people said she got into some strange practices, trying to communicate with him perhaps. She had people over sometimes, not friends, more like visitors who came after dark. Some neighbors thought she was into seances or something like that. I nearly dropped my coffee mug. Mrs. Hendricks must have noticed my expression because she quickly added, "But that's just neighborhood gossip, dear. Dora was probably just lonely." When I got home, I went straight to Thomas's room. He was napping peacefully in his crib. We'd finally transitioned him from the bassinet in our room. I stood there watching him breathe, thinking about what Mrs. Hendricks had told me. On an impulse, I took the small cross my mother had given us after the baptism and hung it above his crib. That night, I told Rick everything. The phantom cat visits, what Mrs. Hendricks had said, and my fears about what might have been visiting our son. To his credit, he didn't dismiss me this time. Instead, he listened quietly, then suggested we have our priest come bless the house. We did that the following weekend. Father Michael came and performed a blessing in each room, paying special attention to Thomas's nursery. He sprinkled holy water in the corners and said prayers while Rick and I followed him around. I felt somewhat foolish. What if it had just been my postpartum imagination all along, but also relieved? As Father Michael was leaving, he paused at the door. "You know, new mothers have a special sensitivity," he said kindly. "Throughout history, many cultures believed that women who had recently given birth could perceive things others couldn't. It was seen as a protective instinct." He patted my arm. "Whatever you felt, trust that it's gone now." Years have passed since then. Thomas is 7 now, bright and full of energy with no memory of those early weeks. We've had no more incidents in the house, though I've maintained small religious symbols in his room all this time. A cross here, a blessed palm branch there, just in case. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't baptized him when we did. Would the visits have continued, escalated? Was it truly the spirit of Mrs. Wilkins's missing cat checking on the new occupant of its home? Or was it something darker, something that had attached itself to the old woman during her reported dabbling in the occult, something that saw a vulnerable new soul it could approach? I still don't have answers. All I know is what I felt, the weight of paws on my pillow, the pressure on my bed, the sensation of something leaning in to look at my newborn son, and the fact that it all stopped after a religious blessing. We still live in the same house. Both Milo and Pepper have since passed away, and we now have a new cat named Luna. Sometimes when Luna jumps on the bed at night, I still flinch momentarily before remembering it's just her. And even now, 7 years later, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, imagining I feel something walking across my pillow, only to find nothing there but the lingering edges of a dream or a memory. Whatever it was that visited us those nights, I'm grateful it's gone. But part of me will always wonder what exactly was coming to see my son, and why a simple baptism was enough to keep it away. Story 18. I still get chills thinking about that house in Hollowbrook. It's been almost 30 years, but some nights I wake up feeling like I'm still there, like someone's watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here can make sense of what happened to my family. I was 16 when we bought the house in the fall of 1992. My dad had gotten a promotion, and we were excited to move somewhere bigger. My little sisters Clara, 14, and Eliza, 8, were thrilled about having more space. Being the oldest, I was just annoyed about changing schools for my junior year. The house was a foreclosure, a big Victorian with peeling paint and a wraparound porch that sagged in the middle. It was selling for way below market value, which Dad couldn't pass up. I remember him telling Mum, "Helen, this is our chance. We can fix it up and have our dream home." My grandfather Thomas came with my dad to check out the property before we closed on it. When they got back, I overheard them talking in hushed voices in the kitchen. Grandpa Thomas, who normally didn't get rattled by anything, looked pale. "There were these symbols painted on the walls," he told my mum. "Pentagrams, upside-down crosses, beer cans and cigarette butts everywhere." My dad tried to laugh it off. "Just teenagers using the place for parties. Nothing a coat of paint won't fix." But Grandpa Thomas wasn't convinced. "I don't like it, George. The place feels wrong." Dad ignored his concerns. 2 weeks later, we owned the house in Hollowbrook. Grandpa Thomas insisted on helping with the renovations before we moved in. He was in his 60s, but still strong as an ox from years of construction work. He'd immigrated from Albania in the 60s and held onto all the old world superstitions, though he never talked about them openly. One evening, Mum sent me to bring Grandpa Thomas some dinner at the house. He'd been working late replacing some plumbing. When I arrived, I found him standing in the middle of the living room, completely still, staring at the ceiling. "Grandpa," I said. He jumped like I'd shocked him. "Michael, you scared me. What are you looking at?" He hesitated. "Nothing, just thinking about what to do next." But his hands were shaking when he took the food from me. I stayed to help him pack up his tools. As we worked, there was a loud banging from upstairs, like someone hitting the pipes with a wrench. "What's that?" I asked. Grandpa Thomas's face hardened. "That's been happening all day. Every time I go upstairs to check, it stops. Then it starts again downstairs." I laughed. "Old houses make weird noises." "Not like this," he said. "Not like someone's playing games." We moved in the following month. I chose the bedroom farthest from everyone else, at the end of the hall on the second floor. Clara and Eliza took the converted attic space, which had been split into 2 small bedrooms with a shared closet. Eliza came home from her first day of school in tears. Mum thought it was just new kid jitters until Eliza finally explained during dinner. "The kids at school said a girl died in our house," she sobbed. "They said she hanged herself in the attic where me and Clara sleep." Dad got angry. "That's just cruel playground talk. Don't listen to them." But I noticed Grandpa Thomas exchange a look with Mom. Later that night, I overheard them talking. "Did you know about this?" Mom asked. "The real estate disclosure mentioned a death in the home 15 years ago," Grandpa Thomas said. "Your husband didn't think it was worth mentioning." "A suicide." Mom's voice was tight with anger. "The papers didn't say, just that a teenage girl died." I didn't tell them I was listening. I was the family skeptic, the rational one who didn't believe in ghosts or any of that nonsense. But that night, I couldn't sleep. My room felt too cold, despite the September heat. About a week after we moved in, I was up late studying. Around 2 in the morning, I went downstairs for a snack. As I passed the living room, I saw someone sitting in Dad's armchair, the silhouette of a girl, her hair long and straight, hanging around her face. I flipped on the light, but the chair was empty. I told myself it was just shadows playing tricks on my tired eyes. Clara came to me a few days later. She'd always been the imaginative one, writing stories and daydreaming, so I wasn't surprised when she started talking about weird feelings in her room. "There's something scratched into my windowsill," she said. "Come look." I followed her up to the attic. Sure enough, crudely carved into the wooden sill were the initials AM and the year 1977. "So what?" I shrugged. "Some kid carved their initials 15 years ago." "The girl who died here was named Amelia Madsen," Clara whispered. "I asked my history teacher who's lived here forever." I rolled my eyes. "That doesn't mean anything." But that night, I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. The mattress was distinctly depressed, as if under a person's weight. I lay perfectly still, my heart pounding, as I felt what seemed like someone lying down next to me. There was pressure against my back, and then, I swear this happened, I felt warm breath on my neck. I jumped out of bed and hit the light switch. Nothing was there, but my skin was covered in goosebumps and the room was freezing cold. I didn't tell anyone. What was I supposed to say? I was 16, and guys my age didn't admit to being scared of the dark. The incidents kept happening. Sometimes I'd see her out of the corner of my eye, a pale girl in what looked like a white nightgown, always at the edge of my vision, disappearing when I turned to look directly. I started sleeping with my light on, claiming I was studying late. Eliza began having nightmares. She'd wake up screaming that someone was standing over her bed, watching her. Mom wrote it off as an overactive imagination fueled by the mean kids at school. The worst part was, in some sick way, I started getting used to it, like, "Oh, there's the ghost girl again. Better ignore her." I'd feel cold spots in the hallway and just walk around them. I'd hear footsteps following me up the stairs and pretend it was just the house settling. Then came the night that changed everything. The night even Dad couldn't explain away. Clara had been dating this guy named Jeff for a few months. He was in my grade, a decent guy who played basketball. One Saturday night, Mom and Dad went out to dinner with friends, leaving me in charge. Clara invited Jeff over to watch movies. Eliza was at a friend's sleepover, so it was just the 3 of us. We were in the kitchen making popcorn when Jeff suddenly froze, staring over my shoulder. "Who's that?" he asked, pointing toward the hallway. Clara and I both turned. There, as clear as day, was a girl in a white nightgown. She wasn't transparent or fuzzy like ghosts in movies. She looked solid, except her feet weren't touching the ground. She was hovering a few inches above the floor. Her face was pale, her dark hair hanging limply around her shoulders. She drifted past the kitchen doorway and toward the stairs that led up to the attic. Clara gasped. "Eliza, is that you?" But we all knew it wasn't Eliza. She was at her friend's house, and besides, this figure was taller, older, maybe 17 or 18. Clara bolted up the stairs after the figure, calling out. Jeff and I followed more cautiously. When we reached the attic, Clara was standing in Eliza's empty bedroom, her face white with shock. I thought maybe Eliza came home early and was playing a prank," she stammered. Jeff backed toward the stairs. "I should go." After he left, Clara and I sat on the living room couch, both of us too freaked out to be alone. "You saw her too, right?" Clara asked. "Both you and Jeff saw her?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I've been seeing her for weeks." Clara's eyes widened. "Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you?" We stayed up all night talking, comparing notes. Clara had been seeing the girl since our first week in the house. She'd felt cold hands touching her hair while she slept. She'd heard someone crying in the shared closet between her and Eliza's rooms. When Mum and Dad came home, we didn't tell them. What was the point? Dad would just say it was our imagination, and Mum would worry herself sick. But the next morning at breakfast, Grandpa Thomas came over like he did every Sunday. He took one look at Clara and me, with our dark circled eyes, and knew something was wrong. "What happened?" he demanded. Maybe it was the lack of sleep, or the relief of finally talking about it the night before, but I just blurted it out. "We saw a ghost last night. The girl who died here." I expected him to laugh or tell me to stop making up stories. Instead, his face went ashen. He sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "She was wearing white?" he asked quietly. "Long dark hair?" Clara and I exchanged looks. "Yes," Clara whispered. Grandpa Thomas crossed himself, something I'd never seen him do before. "I've seen her too, many times, in the hall, on the stairs, watching me while I worked on the house." Dad came in just then. "Seen who?" "Nothing," Grandpa Thomas said quickly, but his eyes warned us to stay quiet. That night, things escalated. I woke to the sound of breaking glass. When I ran into the hall, everyone else was already there. Mom, Dad, Clara, and Eliza, who had returned from her sleepover. "What was that?" Mom asked, clutching her robe around her. Dad headed downstairs with a baseball bat, and we all followed despite his protests. In the living room, every single framed photo had been thrown to the floor, the glass shattered. But that wasn't the worst part. The photos themselves, our family pictures, had been altered. In each one, standing behind us, was the same pale girl in white, her dark eyes staring out from our happy family moments. Dad dropped the bat. "What the hell?" "It's her!" Eliza cried. "It's the girl who died here." Mum gathered Eliza into her arms, but her eyes met Grandpa Thomas's over Eliza's head. "Dad, what's going on?" Grandpa Thomas sighed heavily. "I didn't want to frighten you, but this house has never felt right. From the first day I felt watched." Dad started to object, but then the lights began to flicker. The temperature in the room plummeted so fast we could see our breath. And then, for the first time, we all saw her together. The girl in white, standing in the center of the room, her eyes fixed on Grandpa Thomas. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, every light bulb in the room exploded simultaneously, showering us with glass. By the time Dad got the flashlight working, she was gone. We spent the rest of that night in a hotel. Within a week, We'd moved in with Grandpa Thomas while Dad put the house up for sale. He took a huge loss on it, but he didn't care. None of us ever went back inside. The strangest thing was, we never talked about what happened, not as a family. It was like we all silently agreed to pretend it never occurred. It wasn't until years later, at Grandpa Thomas's funeral, that Clara and I finally spoke about it again. "Do you remember the house in Hollowbrook?" she asked as we stood by his casket. "How could I forget?" "Grandpa told me something before he died," she said quietly. "He said in Albanian culture they believe some houses become vessels for lost souls, places where the boundary between worlds is thin." I shivered despite the warm funeral home. "Why are you bringing this up now?" Clara looked at me, her eyes serious. "Because last night I dreamed about her. She was standing at the foot of my bed, just like in that house. And when I woke up, there was water on the floor, a small puddle, like wet footprints." I didn't know what to say. I couldn't tell Clara that 3 nights ago I'd woken to the sensation of someone getting into bed beside me, breathing on my neck, just like in the Hollowbrook house, that I'd felt cold fingers brush against my cheek in the dark. We sold that house almost 30 years ago, but sometimes I wonder if we really left it behind, or if something followed us out, something that's still with us, watching and waiting in the shadows. Because even now, in my own home, I sometimes catch a glimpse of a pale girl in white, standing just at the edge of my vision, her dark eyes fixed on mine. Story 19. My name is Ivana Kovac. I'm 27 years old, and I believe my family is cursed. Not in the casual way people say it when they have a streak of bad luck. I mean a real curse, something dark and malevolent that has followed us for generations, taking the lives of our children before they have a chance to grow up. It started with my great-grandfather, Dragan. He was a respected man in Pescara, known for his fairness and hard work. He had 2 sons, my grandfather Luca and his brother Stefan. They lived together in the old stone house that's still our family home today, perched on the edge of the village with views across the valley. When Stefan was 25, he married a woman named Vesna from a neighboring village. People whispered about her from the beginning. She kept to herself, knew too much about herbs and remedies, and animals seemed afraid of her. Within the first year of their marriage, Stefan was found dead in the forest under strange circumstances. His body was discovered at the base of a cliff, though he was an experienced woodsman who knew those paths like the back of his hand. Some said he was drunk, others said he was careless, but my family has always believed something more sinister happened. After Stefan's death, Vesna should have returned to her own family. That's what tradition dictated. But she stayed in our family home, claiming she had nowhere else to go. My great-grandfather allowed it, perhaps out of kindness, or perhaps out of fear. I'll never know. She had no children with Stefan, no real claim to stay, but stay she did. She took the smallest room at the back of the house, rarely emerging except to gather herbs or sit silently at family meals. My grandfather Luca married my grandmother Mila when he was 22. Mila was beautiful and bright, the daughter of the village schoolteacher. Vesna hated her from the start. I've heard stories about the way Vesna would glare at my grandmother across the dinner table, how she would mutter under her breath when Mila walked by. Small things would go missing from Mila's possessions, a hairbrush, a favorite scarf, a piece of jewelry. They'd reappear days later in strange places, under a floorboard, inside a cooking pot, buried in the garden. When Mila became pregnant with her first child, the entire family was overjoyed, except for Vesna. My grandmother told me that Vesna would watch her constantly, her eyes fixed on Mila's growing belly, with an intensity that made her skin crawl. One night during her 6th month of pregnancy, Mila had a dream so vivid that she woke up screaming. In the dream, a woman in a wedding dress, a dress Mila recognized as Vesna's, stood at the foot of her bed. The woman congratulated Mila on having a boy, but told her the child would die. My grandmother woke up in a cold sweat, clutching her belly protectively. She tried to dismiss it as a nightmare brought on by pregnancy anxiety, but the dream stayed with her. When her son was born, healthy and strong with a good set of lungs, she thought perhaps the dream had just been a fear manifesting itself. She named him Nicola and doted on him constantly, barely letting him out of her sight. When Nicola was 4 months old, Mila put him down for a nap one afternoon while she did the washing. She checked on him frequently, and each time he was sleeping peacefully, until the final check, when she found him blue and still in his cradle. The village doctor said it was what they now call SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. A tragedy, but not uncommon. My grandparents were devastated. What made it worse was Vesna's reaction. She showed no sympathy, no grief. In fact, Mila swore she saw Vesna smile when they brought the tiny coffin out of the house. A year later, Mila was pregnant again. She was terrified but hopeful that their second child would survive. Then the dream came again. The exact same dream. The woman in the wedding dress, the congratulations on having another boy, the warning of death. When she told my grandfather about it, he wanted to send Vesna away, convinced she was somehow causing the dreams. But my great-grandfather wouldn't hear of it. Vesna had been family for years by then, and he wouldn't turn her out. Their second son, Marco, was born strong like his brother. For 11 months, Mila barely slept. She watched over him constantly, checking his breathing throughout the night. But one morning, she found him lifeless in his crib, just as she had found Nicola. No explanation, no warning signs. Just another tiny coffin carried from our house. By this time, people in the village were talking. 2 infant deaths in the same family was unusual. Some blamed Vesna openly, calling her a witch who had cursed the family out of jealousy. Others suggested Mila was doing something wrong, though no one could say what. My grandparents were desperate. When Mila became pregnant for the 3rd time, my grandfather insisted she go stay with her sister in Podgorica for the duration of the pregnancy and the child's 1st year. He believed the curse, if there was one, was tied to our land, to our house, to Vesna's presence. Mila agreed, though it meant being separated from her husband for over a year. Their 3rd son, Petar, was born in the city and stayed there with my grandmother until he was 13 months old. They thought they had beaten the curse. The child was thriving, walking early, babbling constantly. When they returned to Pescara, there was a cautious celebration. On their first night back in the family home, Mila woke to a strange sound coming from Petar's crib. She found him struggling to breathe, his little face turning purple as he gasped for air. In her panic and desperation, she did something she never thought she would do. She ran to Vesna's room and begged for help. Vesna followed her to the child's bedside without a word. She examined Petar with cold calmness, then went to the kitchen and returned with an egg. Standing over the crib, she cracked the egg onto Petar's chest. What happened next has haunted my grandmother for the rest of her life. The egg yolk moved, not like a liquid settling, but with purpose, with intent. It slid slowly up toward Petar's throat, as if pulled by invisible hands. Mila screamed and tried to wipe it away, but Vesna grabbed her wrist so hard it left bruises. "He won't die while you're watching," Vesna said. It was the first time she had acknowledged any connection to the deaths. "Leave the room, and it will be over quickly. Stay, and he'll suffer for hours before the end." Terrified and heartbroken, Mila allowed my grandfather to pull her from the room. The moment the door closed behind them, they heard Petar take one final rattling breath, and then silence. When they rushed back in, he was gone, and Vesna was sitting calmly beside the crib. The egg yolk had disappeared. After that night, my grandparents knew for certain that Vesna was behind the deaths, but they had no proof. No way to convince others of what they'd seen. My great-grandfather still refused to send her away. either out of misplaced loyalty or fear of what she might do if forced to leave. Over the next 15 years, my grandmother gave birth to 8 more children. Of those 11 pregnancies, only 5 children survived to adulthood. My father and his 4 siblings. Each time Mila became pregnant, the dream would either come or it wouldn't. When the woman in the wedding dress appeared, the child would die, always before their first birthday. When there was no dream, the child would live. My grandmother tried everything to protect her children. Prayers, charms, blessings from the priest. She even visited a known vrachara, a traditional healer, in a distant village, who gave her protective amulets to hang over the baby's cribs. Nothing worked against the dreams or against Vesna's curse. Vesna died when I was 7 years old. I have vague memories of her, a thin woman with wispy grey hair who rarely spoke, but whose eyes seemed to follow me wherever I went. The day she died, there was a terrible storm. Lightning struck a tree near our house, splitting it down the middle. My grandmother said it was a sign, the curse being broken or Vesna's dark power returning to wherever it had come from. But the curse didn't end with Vesna's death. My Aunt Jelena, the oldest of my father's surviving siblings, lost 2 babies in infancy. My uncle Goran's wife miscarried 3 times before they gave up trying for children. My cousin Anna, who married and moved away to Belgrade, lost her firstborn at 4 months old. And now it's happening to me. I married Milos 3 years ago. We were so happy when I got pregnant last year. I didn't tell my family right away, partly because I wanted to be sure everything was going well, and partly because I was afraid of seeing worry in their eyes. I didn't want to believe the curse could touch me too. But 5 months into my pregnancy, the dream came. I hadn't heard the story of the woman in the wedding dress since I was a teenager, sitting with my grandmother as she shared old family tales. I had dismissed it as superstition, the kind of story that gets exaggerated over time to explain a tragic series of events. In the dream, she stood at the foot of my bed wearing a yellowed wedding dress with lace that had once been white. Her face was blurred, like looking through frosted glass, but her voice was clear. She congratulated me on having a girl, the first girl in generations, and told me my daughter would die. I woke up shaking, my nightgown soaked with sweat, my husband trying to calm me down. I called my grandmother the next day. When I described the dream, she went silent for so long, I thought the call had dropped. Then she started to cry. For the first time, she told me everything in detail. The moving egg yolk, the quiet certainty in Vesna's voice, the exact wording of the curse that she believed had been placed on our family. It was never the land, she told me, her voice cracking with age and emotion. It was the bloodline. She cursed our bloodline because Stefan died. She blamed Luca, believed he had something to do with Stefan's death, though he didn't. The children were her revenge. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't ignore the fear that gripped me. I convinced Milos we should move away, just until after the baby was born. We rented an apartment in Podgorica, just as my grandmother had done all those years ago. I gave birth to our daughter, Sanja, in a modern hospital with excellent care. She was perfect, dark hair, deep blue eyes, strong lungs. We stayed in the city until she was 14 months old. I began to hope we had beaten the curse. Maybe it only affected male children, or maybe it had weakened over time, or maybe it had died with Vesna. We made plans to return to Pescara, to the home where generations of my family had lived. Our first night back was 2 days ago. We put Sanja to sleep in the nursery that Milos had prepared while I was in Podgorica. I checked on her constantly, unable to shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me the moment we crossed the threshold of the old stone house. Last night I woke suddenly at 3 in the morning. There was no sound from the baby monitor, which was unusual. Sanja normally stirs or makes little noises in her sleep. The silence was wrong. I got out of bed, trying not to wake Milos, and crept to the nursery. The door was closed, though I always leave it slightly ajar. When I pushed it open, the hinges didn't squeak as they usually do. The room was cold, much colder than the rest of the house, and there was a strange smell, like wet earth and something burning. Sanja was lying still in her crib, too still. I rushed to her side, my heart pounding in my chest. She wasn't breathing. I screamed for Milos, started CPR as he called for an ambulance. We worked on her frantically until the paramedics arrived. They managed to revive her, but just barely. She's in the hospital now, connected to machines that breathe for her. The doctors can't explain what happened. All her tests came back normal. They're calling it a near sides event, saying we were lucky to catch it in time. But I know the truth. As I bent over Sanja's crib in those terrifying moments before Milos reached us, I saw something that froze my blood. A wet, yellow smear on her chest, right above her heart. It looked exactly like an egg yolk, though there had been no eggs in the nursery, no reason for such a substance to be there. And in the corner of the room, just for a second, I saw her, a woman in a yellowed wedding dress, her face blurred, but her eyes sharp and clear, watching as I fought to save my daughter's life. I'm sitting in the hospital now, writing this while Sanja sleeps, monitored by machines and medical staff. Milos thinks I'm just documenting what happened for the doctors. He doesn't know about the egg yolk or the woman I saw. He wouldn't believe me if I told him. But I know she's still here. Vesna, her curse, her hatred. I feel her presence even in this sterile hospital room, watching, waiting for a moment when I'll let my guard down. I won't take Sanja back to Pescara, ever. I don't know if that will be enough to save her, but I have to try. I'm looking into breaking the curse, contacting people who know about such things, searching for someone who might help us. I can't be the only person who's experienced something like this. A curse that follows a family through generations, taking the most innocent among us. If anyone has faced something similar or knows how to fight this, please help us. I can't lose my daughter. I won't. The doctors say we can take Sanja home tomorrow if she continues to improve. But we won't be going home to Pescara. We're going to stay with Milos's parents in Budva for now. I just hope the distance is enough. I hope whatever binds this curse to our family can be stretched thin enough to break. Because I know now that it wasn't just an old family story. The curse is real. Vesna's hatred survived her death. And somehow, I have to find a way to end it before it takes my daughter too. Story 20. I still get goosebumps typing this out, but I need to share what happened to us after moving to Ashfield, Connecticut last year. I never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural stuff. I was always the practical one in my family, the one who looked for logical explanations. But what happened to my son Lucas changed everything, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. We moved to Ashfield because of my husband Marco's job transfer. It seemed perfect, a charming small town with good schools for our kids, Lucas, 5, and Elena, 11. The house we found was beautiful and affordable, everything we wanted. What we didn't know was that we were less than 2 miles from Union Cemetery. The first week after moving in, our neighbor Barbara came over with a homemade lasagna to welcome us. While the kids played in the backyard, she casually mentioned, "You know about Union Cemetery, right?" When I shook my head, she lowered her voice like she was sharing a secret. "It's one of the most haunted places in America. The White Lady roams there. People see her all the time, especially at night when driving past." I laughed it off, thinking it was just small-town folklore. Barbara seemed serious, though, warning us to be careful driving past the cemetery at night. "First you'll see a green mist or sparkle, and then she appears. Sometimes she stands in the road. Sometimes she just watches from between the tombstones." I thanked her for the warning, but didn't think much of it. Marco and I even joked about it that night after the kids went to bed. About 3 weeks after moving in, on a Friday evening in July, we decided to treat the kids to ice cream at this little shop downtown that everyone had been raving about. It was our first real family outing since the move. The weather was perfect, warm but not too hot, with that golden summer evening light. Lucas got chocolate with sprinkles, his favorite, and managed to get most of it on his face and t-shirt. Elena, trying to be grown up as always, chose mint chip in a cup instead of a cone. It was around 9:30 when we headed home, and our route took us right past Union Cemetery. The kids were tired but happy in the back seat. As we approached the cemetery, Marco slowed down a bit and said in a spooky voice, "Keep your eyes peeled for the white lady, kids." Elena rolled her eyes like only pre-teens can, but Lucas pressed his face against the window, suddenly wide awake and scanning the darkness beyond the cemetery gates. The cemetery itself was pretty much what you'd expect. Old headstones, iron gates, tall trees casting shadows in the moonlight. I remember thinking it was beautiful in a somber way. "I don't see any ghosts," Elena said, with all the confidence of someone who's too smart for silly superstitions. Marco sped up again, and I turned around to check on Lucas. He was still staring out the window, unusually quiet. When I asked if he was okay, he just nodded without looking at me. I figured he was tired and possibly crashing from the sugar rush. When we got home, Lucas was dragging his feet, nothing like his usual energetic self. While I was helping him brush his teeth, I noticed he kept looking over my shoulder at the bathroom doorway. When I asked what he was looking at, he whispered, "The lady is watching us." A chill ran down my spine, but I forced a smile. "There's no lady, sweetie. It's just shadows." He shook his head firmly. "The lady from the place with the stones. She followed our car." I tucked him into bed, leaving his nightlight on, and tried to convince myself it was just an active imagination combined with our ghost stories earlier. Kids his age often blur the line between reality and fantasy. I kissed his forehead, which felt clammy, and went downstairs to watch TV with Marco. It must have been around 2 in the morning when the screaming started. Not the typical kid nightmare screams. These were terrified, primal screams that made my blood run cold. Marco and I bolted upstairs to find Lucas sitting upright in bed, his eyes wide open but somehow vacant, screaming and pointing at his bedroom window. "She's here! She's here! The white lady is at the window!" he shrieked, tears streaming down his face. Marco rushed to the window while I tried to calm Lucas down. There was nothing outside, just our backyard lit by moonlight, but Lucas wouldn't stop screaming. His little body was shaking violently, and when I tried to hold him, he fought against me like he didn't recognize me. It took nearly an hour to calm him down, and even then he wouldn't sleep in his own bed. He ended up between Marco and me, whimpering in his sleep and jerking awake at the slightest noise. The next morning, Lucas seemed fine, a little tired, but otherwise his normal self. When I carefully asked about his nightmare, he looked confused and said he didn't remember. I convinced myself it was just a bad dream, triggered by our ghost stories and the new house. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Each time was slightly different, but equally terrifying. Sometimes he would scream about the lady standing at the foot of his bed. Other times he claimed she was whispering in his ear. Once he said she was trying to take him away to live in the stones. During the day, Lucas was increasingly withdrawn. He stopped playing with his toys and would sit for hours just staring out the window. Elena tried to get him to play, but he ignored her. When she teased him about seeing the white lady, he looked at her with an expression no 5-year-old should have and said, "She wants me to come with her because I can see her." Elena came to me afterward, genuinely scared. "Mom, something's wrong with Lucas. He's not kidding around." By the end of the first week of nightmares, we were all exhausted. Marco and I took turns staying up with Lucas, but nothing seemed to help. We tried nightlights, leaving the door open, sleeping in his room. Nothing made a difference. The pediatrician suggested it might be stress from the move and prescribed a mild sleep aid, but it didn't help. Then things got even worse. Lucas started sleepwalking. We'd find him in different parts of the house at night, standing motionless, staring at walls or windows. Once I found him in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, arranging silverware in perfect lines on the floor. When I tried to lead him back to bed, he looked right through me and said in a voice that didn't sound like his, "She's teaching me things, important things." The worst incident happened about 3 weeks after the first nightmare. I woke up around midnight to check on Lucas and found his bed empty. Pure panic set in as Marco and I searched the house frantically. We found the back door unlocked and open. Lucas was in the backyard, in his pajamas, standing barefoot in the wet grass, looking up at the moon. When we reached him, he was having a full conversation with someone who wasn't there. "I can't go yet. My mum and dad would be sad," he was saying to the empty air in front of him. Then he cocked his head like he was listening to a response. When Marco picked him up, Lucas went completely rigid, then started thrashing and screaming, "No! She says I have to go with her. She's lonely in the stones." We couldn't wake him up. His eyes were open but unseeing, like he was trapped in some other place. This wasn't normal sleepwalking or night terrors. Something was seriously wrong with our son. The next day I called the pediatrician again, who referred us to a child psychiatrist. The earliest appointment was 2 weeks away. I felt helpless, watching my son slip away night after night. During the day he barely spoke anymore, and dark circles formed under his eyes. He stopped eating properly, pushing food around his plate and claiming, "The lady says I don't need to eat anymore." I was at my breaking point when our neighbor Barbara stopped by again. She took one look at my exhausted face and knew something was wrong. When I broke down and told her everything, she didn't look surprised. "The white lady targets children sometimes," she said matter-of-factly, "especially ones who can see her." Before I could dismiss this as superstition, she continued, "There's a woman who lives on the edge of town, Mariam Kelly. She's helped families with this sort of thing before." At this point, I was desperate enough to try anything. Barbara gave me Mariam's number, and I called immediately. The woman who answered had a gentle, weathered voice. After I explained what was happening, she agreed to see us that afternoon. Mariam lived in a small cottage surrounded by gardens, about 20 minutes from our house. She was in her 70s, with silver hair in a long braid, and the kindest eyes I'd ever seen. Nothing about her seemed witchy or strange. She looked like everyone's favorite grandmother. Lucas, who had been practically mute for days, perked up when we entered her house. He looked around curiously, especially at the various crystals and plants that filled her living room. Mariam sat across from Lucas and just looked at him for a long time without speaking. Then she asked, "When did you first see her, sweetheart?" Lucas didn't hesitate. "In the car, when we were coming home from ice cream. She was standing between the stones wearing a white dress. She was sad, so I smiled at her. That made her happy, and she followed us home." My skin crawled at how matter-of-fact he sounded. Mariam nodded like this made perfect sense. "And what does she want from you?" "She's lonely. She wants me to come live with her in the stones. She says it's peaceful there, and I won't have to grow up." Lucas's voice trembled slightly. "I told her I don't want to go, but she keeps saying I have to because I'm special. I can see her when other people can't." Mariam took his small hands in hers. "You are special, Lucas, but you don't have to go with her. She's confused and doesn't understand that she's scaring you." She turned to me then. "The White Lady isn't evil, but she's been trapped between worlds for a very long time. She's drawn to children because of their innocence and ability to see beyond the veil. Lucas has a sensitivity that attracted her." I didn't know whether to believe any of this, but Lucas was nodding along, like everything she said made perfect sense. Mariam asked if she could work with Lucas alone for a while, and despite my hesitation, I agreed. I sat in her kitchen, drinking tea that tasted of herbs I couldn't identify, listening to the soft murmur of their voices from the other room. After about an hour, they emerged. Lucas looked lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. Mariam handed him a small sachet and a smooth stone that seemed to glow slightly in the light. "Keep these by your bed," she instructed him, "and remember what I taught you about creating your bubble of light before sleep." To me, she said, Lucas needs to tell the entity firmly that she's not welcome and that this isn't her home. We've practiced how to do this respectfully but firmly. The sachet contains herbs that will help strengthen the boundary between your home and whatever is outside. The stone is selenite. It helps maintain clear energy. She refused to take any payment, saying only, "If it helps, that's enough. If it doesn't, call me again." That night, I helped Lucas place the sachet and stone on his nightstand. He insisted on sleeping in his own bed for the first time in weeks. Before turning out the light, he closed his eyes and breathed deeply, his little hands making circular motions around himself, like Mariam had taught him. Then he opened his eyes and said clearly to the empty room, "You can't come here anymore. This is my home, not yours. You need to go back to your stones and find peace." I stayed with him until he fell asleep, my heart racing every time a shadow moved across the wall. But Lucas slept peacefully through the night for the first time in almost a month, and the night after that, and the night after that. Within a week, he was back to his normal self, playing, laughing, eating properly. The dark circles under his eyes faded, and he stopped staring out windows. When Elena cautiously asked if he still saw the lady, he shook his head. "She's gone back to the stones." Mariam helped her understand that I need to stay here. I was relieved, but still skeptical, wondering if it had all been an extreme case of night terrors that he'd simply outgrown. Then I learned something that made my blood run cold. We were at a community barbecue a few weeks later when I overheard some locals talking about the famous paranormal investigators, Ed and Lorraine Warren. To my shock, I discovered they lived less than 10 minutes from our house in Monroe, Connecticut. The Warrens were renowned for investigating cases like Amityville and the events that inspired the Conjuring movies. One of the men was saying, "Yeah, they've documented more cases of the White Lady than anyone else." Lorraine always said Union Cemetery is one of the most haunted places in America. I couldn't help but join their conversation. When I mentioned what had happened with Lucas, they nodded knowingly. One woman told me the Warrens had even tried to investigate the catacombs beneath the high school, which were rumored to be connected to Union Cemetery somehow, but the school board had denied them access. "The White Lady's been seen for generations," an older man explained. "Some say she was murdered nearby in the 18th century. Others think she's the ghost of a woman who died in a car accident on the road by the cemetery in the 1950s. Either way, she's been scaring the hell out of people around here for as long as anyone can remember." It's been 6 months since our experience with the White Lady. Lucas hasn't had any more nightmares or strange encounters. He still keeps the stone Mariam gave him on his nightstand, though the sachet lost its scent long ago. We've never driven past Union Cemetery at night again. We take the long way around, even if it adds 15 minutes to our trip. Sometimes, when we drive past during the day, Lucas will look out the window thoughtfully, but he never mentions seeing anything unusual. I still don't know exactly what happened to my son. Was it really a ghost, or was it some kind of psychological episode triggered by moving to a new place? The rational part of me wants to believe the latter, but deep down, I know what I saw. The vacant look in his eyes, the voice that wasn't his own, the things he knew that a 5-year-old shouldn't know. Whatever it was, it changed our family forever. I've learned that there are things in this world that can't be easily explained away, and sometimes the line between our world and whatever lies beyond is thinner than we'd like to believe. Last week, Lucas casually mentioned over breakfast, "The lady isn't sad anymore. Mariam helped her find peace. When I asked what he meant, he just shrugged and asked for more cereal, as if he'd commented on nothing more significant than the weather. I didn't press him for details. Some questions are better left unanswered, especially when you're living less than 2 miles from one of America's most haunted cemeteries.